Welcome to the window to our mind, number 22. How are you, DC?
I'm doing good.
What about you, Gray? How are you?
I'm doing fantabulous. Good times. I didn't have to clean a bunch of animals' cages today, so that's good. Improvement. What about yourself, Multi? How you doing?
Doing great. I feel like I will repeat myself because I'm dead tired physically, but mentally I'm doing great. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here. We will have another very interesting topic today. And yeah, life is just great. Anyhow, um I decided to grab this topic there. And I got inspired because obviously I've seen many videos about it in the past. And I remember vividly one of these videos where that was a woman talking about it. And that's kind of weird because she talked about man experience, but she's a woman. But then at some point, she was like, guys need to figure out a solution. Like, I don't have the solution for you. I can only talk about stuff that should be talked about, but I don't know what guys can do because I'm a woman, obviously. And this was like, oh, you know what? Let's talk about that on Window to Our Mind and bring our own set of solution if we do have any. I know I have a few. So this is one of the questions we will have today. But yeah, this is something that must be talked about.
I
And
now am experiencing male loneliness. DC is gone, man. I miss DC already.
man, you're right. DC, what's up? I hope. Oh, he's back. He's back. So yeah, I'm glad you're already back. No more shark though. I missed the shark.
Oh, wait. Oh, hello?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yes, you're back. You went away for a minute, a moment.
But yeah,
All right.
I I thought male loneliness is something that must be talked about, and like I don't consider ourselves red pills because we don't always agree with all they say. I know I choose a lot of videos related to that, but I still don't consider myself a red pillar because I know much more nuance than a lot of these channel. And I think the both of you also bring another balance. We clearly don't promote what they do. Maybe I'm crazy. Am I crazy, Gray?
Yeah, you're
A little
crazy.
bit.
Won't I?
A little bit, a little bit. Only when you talk about the Godfather. Um, anyhow, um, I
I
think
know.
it's
Also, when you bring up Green Mile or Shawshank Redemption, there's a few, but yeah, crazy, crazy.
crazy, crazy. So right now, I will just grab my cable to plug my computer. But yeah, um, very important topic, and it's coming from me that as a half brother that I consider like not necessarily my son, but almost like I value him a lot, and I think it's sad that there's that epidemic there, and I feel like it will be worse for him because he has struggle I didn't have back then, and if we don't act, if we don't talk about ways to get rid of that, maybe it can only get worse on that aspect. And that may sound like really uh dark, but yeah, that's how I feel, and this is why I think it's important to talk about that. So yeah, let's start off with the first question. Once I found it, okay. Question number one. I will start by asking to DC, what is the male loneliness epidemic?
It's pretty much it's pretty much a quote unquote pandemic that pretty much says that all men cannot have a girlfriend and all that crap. And yeah, it's also mainly used to support women dominance and women power and all that stuff. Just because and all that. That's how I view the male loneliness epidemic.
And I will just add on top of what you said because I'm sure you thought of that when you said it, but you didn't like verbalize it, if we can call it that, worded it. That's what I was seeking for. So, uh, when there's a woman that is in quote lonely, she is strong and brave. She destroys the patriarchy, but then when it's a man, well, he's a loser. So that's like the kind of double standard a lot of the society has. And maybe I'm crazy to say that, but
No,
that
that's not why.
that's something I can bet a lot of people relate to. And yeah, so that's what I wanted to add. I'm sure you were thinking of that, DC, when you mentioned that. Did you maybe I put too many ideas on your mind?
Yeah. I was pretty much thinking of my experience with relationships, quote unquote relationships. But yeah, you got the pretty much the right sense.
Okay, so now I will ask Gary, what is the male loneliness epidemic?
Sorry, I was talking while muted yet again. So professional. Um, you know, it's kind of a term that we've used to describe a few phenomena, and I'm not sure that there's just one cause of it. It does seem like it is kind of an outgrowth of our current. I don't know what you want to call it, like the current culture we have.
Yeah,
Because
culture.
because everything is kind of switched to this digital thing. We a lot of us tend to go out and actually see less people. Before you wanted any physical item, you actually had to go to some store, interact with actual human beings. That doesn't have to happen today. You could work from your home. You could get everything delivered to you. You could literally not have to leave your home for like anything. Um, that is a little concerning. We are a social creature, humans, and that can't be a good thing. Even if you're just talking to people online, there's something about actual physical interactions, like normally I have my camera off, but he's giving me many reactions just by his I would say subconsciously reacting to it. Like, I don't think he's intentionally doing all these, but it's a bunch of feedback that we get from these social interactions. And sadly, that isn't happening, if you're just talking to somebody, if you're just in a chat room with somebody, you're missing a lot of these social cues. And sadly, so I don't know everything. I don't have like the data to back this up, but I think because we have become that way kind of quickly, it wasn't so much that in like 2010, it has very much become that way in like the last decade. Um, and the pandemic didn't help anybody as well when we were kind of mandated to stay in, and almost everybody was working from home unless they're essential. Um, so I don't know. It's kind of moved us in a direction of not as much physical interaction. I think that can lead to really bad social skills. I think this is one of the contributing factors to this male loneliness thing. We've become more online. We're not dealing with these social cues, so people tend to be socially awkward. Like it's never not awkward or never not challenging to kind of talk to the opposite sex if you're trying to flirt, trying to come up with are you single, are you interested? When you're trying to suss that stuff out, it is a little hard to do that without some of the actual visual feedback that you'd get from dealing with somebody face to face. You can just read a message so many different ways. I think that's one of the huge contributing factors to this thing, but I think it's a multifaceted phenomenon that we're calling male loneliness because, quite frankly, it seems to be affecting a lot of males out there. But I think this lack of social interaction, it really makes us lonely. We are social creatures, and if we're not kind of doing something about that, there is going to be this need, this sense of loss. And I think people have conflated it and kind of twisted it to be like, yeah, but we're just talking about like incels or these people who have extremely poor social skills. I don't know that it's limited to just that. I think it's kind of the direction our society is headed currently with, how culture is. But I don't envision this getting a lot better unless we kind of take steps to, I don't know, get out there more, touch
Yeah,
grass, so to speak.
yeah.
But I could totally be wrong. What do you think the male loneliness epidemic is, Multi?
Bro, like you had better word than me, but I think every single thing you said, and I will speak of experience. Like it's crazy because now my mother has been married for like 15 years or so, a bit more, but her husband she currently has, she met him online, and I
I
remember
mean, it's
seeing
not
on.
unheard of, but yeah, that's definitely rarer like 15 years ago. But I mean, like there were sites, there weren't like apps. So fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, and like I remember before him, she had many short-term partner and such uh before him, and she also met all of them like online. So it's more present because now everyone has a cell phone, and maybe not like 15 years ago that wasn't really the case. And it's funny because like me for many years I didn't add any cell phone, so like I know I'm not the only one in that case. And yeah, apps are just more present now, and it's rare you find people that don't really have a cell phone. And yeah, so I agree with you, and I'm worried about the future, because if we don't talk about it, if we don't change our pattern and behavior, we will lose that aspect of relationship. It's now the artificial intelligence is tempting for guys because it's just so hard to have a meaningful connection
I
with
bet there's a
women.
ton of people who use it, for like flirting, for sending messages and stuff. I bet it is actually helping people, but is that hurting us as well?
Yes, I think it does, but it's a spiral. And one of the video we will eventually cover, maybe not what next week, but another week, will be covering a perspective on that. Um, I shared that video on Facebook, so maybe DC has seen it or something. But this is a video I added on the playlist, and we will eventually cover it. I don't know when exactly, but the guy was basically talking about artificial intelligence and why it's there, and he was kind of explaining his point of view of some people think it's ruining relationship, but in fact relationship are already ruined. And that big video will be amazing to cover. We don't cover it this week because this week we got a perfect candidate that is on topic, which is a shoe on ed video. But yeah, another thing that makes an obstacle is the wave of Me Too. And like, I think there was some justice at some extent. Maybe go through proper channel is always more fair and better, I'd say, because there's a lot of defamation and such. And now because of that wave, it's just very scary for men to just approach women. And because for centuries men were the one that were seducing the other one, it's just challenging because the women are like, oh, guys no longer approach me. And then there's a weird guy, or there's a guy not necessarily attractive that tries a shot. Oh, get away from me, you're ugly, you're this, you're that. It's like there's some kind of disconnect where there's a lot of factor in, like, the good looking guy, they won't always approach the girls because they know that their life could be ruined based on allegation, even if he didn't do anything wrong. Because again, defamation was a thing, it did happen a few times. So that wave of Me Too just made everyone scared. And some brave ones, they go for it, but they're not always the type the girl is seeking for. And that's an issue because the girl feels like threatened or insulted that only this ugly guy or this not great guy is approaching her. Why it's not like the 6 feet tall guy there that I want that comes to me? Why it's not him and I got the rock bottom one, you know? Um So yeah, that's some factors. So now, to go back to the question, what is the male loneliness epidemic? It's the fact that men struggle with relationship in general. A lot of people frame it on only women, but I'd say it goes a bit further than this. A lot of men actually don't seek for friendships. I know men's like that. Like I have friends, but like I became friends with them because I'm someone that takes charge and that's kind of try to get people on my bubble, if you know what I mean. And if I wasn't like that, I don't think I would have that many friends. And I like I don't know how we can really call it, maybe leadership. I don't know. Um, is there a word like you attract people to be on your circle and you create connection? Is there a proper word? Really?
Charismatic, your
Yeah,
Riz,
charismatic. Yeah, charismatic. I think I am someone charismatic.
you
Um,
got the multi Riz.
yeah, the multi is, but yeah, but I know them. I'm not saying that I'm their only friends, but I don't think they have that many, and it's okay. I think it's better having quality over quantity, but again, it's not all guys. Like I know some people are shy, and it's normal. It's okay to be shy. Everyone move at their own pace, and if you're better in your comfort zone, stay in it. Just do what is best for you. So the male loneliness epidemic is the fact that men in general, they they won't seek, or they will struggle to seek for connection, whether it's friendship or relationship in general, because we are not all emotionally intelligent, or we don't open up always, because there's always a stigma. Well, always not really, but there was a stigma for many years that men should be a certain way. And this, even if we kind of get rid of these standard, or these uh, traditional values of men, it's still somewhere there. It's not as much present as it used to be, but it's still there. So this will, in fact, affect the relationship between men's and between men and women. So my loneliness is just like you don't have many friends, or you don't have a girlfriend. It's bigger, and it's created by many things. I'm wondering if any of you would like to add more to this. I guess not. um,
No, I think that's a pretty good explanation of it. I guess the only other thing I guess I could add to it is, I think it is a multitude of factors that are kind of leading to this, and one of them is the whole, I don't know if I'd call it like traditional masculinity, but it's like you're not supposed to talk about your feelings, you're not supposed to tell people you're lonely, whatever that is. In conjunction with this, now we're actually less social as a people. I don't
yep.
know. It seems like that would lead to kind of issues where, it's a lot more socially acceptable for a woman to, call up her friend and say like, "Hey, I'm feeling lonely. Like, will you talk?" Where it's a little weird. Like, I would feel a little something if I wanted to call up one of my friends and said, "Hey, I'm just feeling lonely. Do you want to talk?" But why is that weird? I think it's, some cultural things that are also leading to it on top of this new introduction of other fun stuff. That was just one aspect I forgot to leave out, but I agree with everything you're saying.
And I'm with you, man. I also feel like when I need company, I won't say it, but I will show it, if you know what I mean. Like I like the people I know, like my friends, and like they know when I'm lonely, they know it, but I'm not necessarily telling them, but they know, because I'm like, oh, do you want to chill or do something like next week or something? I always organize stuff, and think it's also something important to organize stuff in person. But Now I took too much advance, so let's move on to question number two. Um, what are the effects of male loneliness? Starting with Gray.
Sorry, I was doing the talking without actually having the mic on again thing. Um, so the effects of it, obviously men are feeling lonely, and then we're not really saying anything about it. And I don't know if it's leading to actual depression, but I know one of the things that I would do when I was heavily in depression is I would kind of retreat from everything. I didn't really want to be social. I didn't really want to interact with anyone. Like if my phone would ring, I'd kind of dread it. I wouldn't message back. Not that I message back now that I'm not depressed, but still. So I don't know. I think loneliness can kind of sometimes be it can compound. You're not as willing to say I'm lonely, I need to talk or anything like that. And maybe if we were just honest, it wouldn't be so lonely. I can't tell you like how many people I'd be like, oh yeah, let's just have a conversation then. Like, hell, I didn't know you're feeling that way. Uh, I would be very interested to have that conversation with my friends, but I don't know. I don't. I know I would feel weird about bringing that up and kind of putting that on one of my friends, which is strange. So I don't know. I think not only would you feel that loneliness, but then based on kind of societal standards or whatever, uh, we're not taking the step to actually, try and sorry, my dog's rattling his collar right under me. We're not taking the steps to actually, you know, uh, say something about that, do something about it, and it can lead to kind of, well, that's so much harder to say it now. Okay, it's been this long, like why bring it up now? And it just kind of compounds, and then you just get kind of lonelier. And since we're not having these social interactions, it makes the next social interaction even more awkward or even more pressure on it. It seems to really compound. I know I've been there. It was a different time, but when I first moved to Canada, I like knew nobody. I literally came from the States and just plopped there to go to this school. And I gotta tell you, like that was the loneliest I've ever been. I did make friends, relatively quick, but those first few weeks before like school started, while I was just like getting everything set up, it's like I don't know. I was craving conversation, and this was well before we had like good internet or anything like that. So I don't know. It wasn't like I could just stream and like talk to people or get in a Discord or something like that. It was awkward. And then it did make those next social interactions more awkward, and there was just so much more pressure on them. I know I was just building this up in my head, but it made me crave social interactions, but I put so much pressure on it that it was not the greatest of social interactions, like even talking to, like the checker at a bank or at like the store or something. I don't know. It became even worse. I'm not sure I have all my thoughts quite collected on this. I think that's about where my train of thought ended on this, but I might have something more if we kind of come back.
Okay, well, I will ask you the same question to Daisy. What do you think are the effects of male loneliness?
Hmm. I do think there's a lot of effects depression, unalive.
Mhm.
Can't say the actual word because
Yeah.
YouTube. Anxiety. Um, Even going a little insane, which that one's actually kind of sad because um back in 2014, no, there was like I can't say the word, so I'm just gonna say a fight, even though it was worse than that. A guy, ended up doing that, and this was like because the fact that all the girls kept rejecting him. That's one very very bad effect. Um, with craziness, I actually looked at myself a few times, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, yeah, craziness definitely is one. It's not like I'm becoming the Joker, but it's like I've definitely lost a sense of morality. But in my defense, you really can't blame me because I do literally nothing to have these girls, so you can't really blame me. But I've started noticing some differences with me as well. But I think the most common is depression, and here's why. Let's just like, I mean, reason why I say depression is because usually that those are the ones that more often relationships can sometimes have and essentially come together. Um, but that's why when you don't have that relationship bond, you obviously would feel sad, but it eventually is going to hit you more than it occasionally would, to a point that, yeah, because I've experienced it many times, at least the last couple of weeks, I should say. I've especially on Valentine's Day. So that's why the more that bond, yeah. And hmm, yeah. As for anxiety, it would definitely make you feel a little more cautious as to who you're gonna actually talk to, because trust me, I've been in that position before. Like, you don't know, no, you will not know how many times I had to be now. Like, nowadays, I'm very cautious as to who I meet, and I'm talking in person, not online. Which normally more people would be cautious about online because of the horror stories, but I'm honestly more cautious as to who I actually meet in real life. Yeah, which kind of shows how crazy the people in my area are. But yeah, the reason why I'm very cautious is because I don't know them at all. But there's like about a 99% chance they know me and know everything about me because they're gods like that. So that's why, in my case, I'm very cautious as to who I meet. If it's someone who I don't know has nothing and all that, then it's fine. But yeah, and I think that's I'm done for now. I'll pass the torch towards you, Multi.
Okay, well, I will bring something there. To question number two, what are the effects of male loneliness? Now, people may not have thought about it, but I did. If there's a male loneliness epidemic, don't you think and see there's also a female loneliness epidemic? Because if more men are single, trust me, more women are also single. The biggest difference is again society and their double standards. When it's a man, he is a loser. When it's a woman, she is empowered and she has defeated the patriarchy that is no longer in use, but yet um, I think it's intertwined. Yes, it's easier for women. You think it should be easier for women, I should add, because we are just driven toward women naturally, and we don't fight our instinct, unlike women with feminism and such things, because feminists has taught them let's all be equal and that's fine, but the catch to it is it wired their brain now that they need to go against what used to be a woman. So maybe I'm wrong on that, maybe I'm crazy, but again, they are wired in a way where um, their standards are different than ours, I guess. But yeah, so there's a male epidemic, there's also a female epidemic, but we won't say it is one, because if we say there's also a female loneliness epidemic, then we say, oh, they're also lonely just like men, and it's not really good to place a woman under a bad light because they are women's. But it's fine if it's a man. It's fine to call a man a loser, but it's wrong to call a woman a femcel or anything else that could be viewed as negative. Maybe I'm crazy on that. Maybe I'm crazy on that. Am I crazy on that? I will ask Gray or
Mm,
DC.
I mean, you're not crazy in general, but I think the part is when you can call a man a loser, yet a woman you can't. That I don't really see that well. But yeah. You're not crazy in general, it's just that one section, yeah.
So yeah, it's poorly viewed to diminish a woman, but diminishing a man is seemingly fine, and people make it a standard, or people make it fine. They give it a pass more often than men. That's more like my point, where we tolerate more male suffering than female suffering as a society and as people. Um, I will bring another example is when there's violence in a couple. If it's a man hitting a girl, that's wrong. That's obvious. Then you're like, oh, the man is vile, the man is this and that. But then when the same woman, for example, it's reversed. The woman hit the man. It's like the man deserved it, or he did something wrong. So therefore, we cannot forgive the woman from hitting the man. So that kind of intertwined with what I mentioned earlier. Am I crazy to say that? Didn't you have heard or seen stories like that one, DC or Gray?
Yeah, I've heard stories like that, and no, I don't think you're crazy.
So that was more like my point, that we tolerate more suffering when it's just a man, because it's just a man. It shouldn't be like that, because we are equal, but that's the
Yeah.
reality. Um, so it's intertwined. Now the other thing about that male loneliness epidemic is, um, what it can create is misogyny, because a lot of male loneliness people, like lonely men, they will wander on the internet and YouTube and such, and I can tell that in some cases they will fall in some rabbit hole, like the red pill content. And if you're not cautious with the content you consume, that can change you. Like, your view of woman can be tarnished because you are lonely. You can start hating woman, even if you were not like that, but because you feel lonely, and you feel like you need to find a vehicle to externalize that hate and that discomfort. You need to show everyone you're not good. So let's target something. Let's watch red pill content, and let's just start hating women, because that maybe will help me feeling better. And again, it's not really good, because then you fall in a new pattern and you create more issues for yourself and your mental health, because if you're stuck in that circle, that will hurt you a lot. Okay, so Dre's back. So
Sorry about that. Yeah, my dog's really freaked out. Apparently, somebody really pounded on the door, and they just could not let that be. So I apologize. I should have said something and then stepped away. I just ran to go deal with the commotion, but I do apologize about that.
all good. So did you miss my talk where I
I
said
got
we
most of it, and then the dogs really freaked out, so I left. I think I was gone about 30 seconds, so I'm not sure if you said it. Maybe it was more like a
so
minute, but
so I will go back to this since you're back. What I mentioned is we tolerate more men suffering than women suffering, and a
well, that
great
would be
example.
cruel to let women suffer.
Yeah, but the perfect example for this is when a man hits a woman. That man is vile. That man is trash. That man is garbage. And everyone that can have a shot at the guy, they will. But when a woman hit a guy, the reaction of people is the guy did something wrong. The guy deserved it. The guy is the villain, even if he is the victim. And it's because we cannot really place woman under a scrutiny. We cannot look at women and hold them accountable, because it's always the man's fault. If you know what I mean, Gray. Am I
Yeah,
crazy on
base.
that?
That's true. It's always a man's fault. No,
But
I get what you're saying. You're right. In a way, we do sometimes treat women with kid gloves. Like we are more willing to say something more vile, harsh, think something more harsh of a man who, he let himself be in that situation where it's like, if you say that to a woman, isn't that the same as saying like, did you see what she's wearing or whatever? Like we even have like tropes for this where it's like, you can't talk about like, yeah, but what did you do to cause this? To a woman, it's socially acceptable, I would say, to say this. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That is an interesting thought. I hadn't kind of thought of that.
And this is why that feeds back to male loneliness. So in case you missed it, I will repeat kind of one of the 2 point I brought is if there's a male loneliness epidemic, because we are equal, and because I can attest that there are cases where women also experience that same kind of loneliness. Because there's a male loneliness, there's also a female loneliness. But the biggest difference is we praise when it's a woman, we trash when it's a man. And the other thing is, um, when it's woman, they are less likely, because on that aspect, on relationship matters, they have it easier. And my thought process behind it is they are, when you look at how they behave with each other women's, they will always uh get along, but they won't always be honest, because it's their instinct to not hurt people. So like they won't always be honest when they need to be. So it's very surface level, a lot of friendships. But again, I speak as men, and that may sound weird because I'm not a woman. I just speak by what I've seen from the
Yeah,
exchange
I
and
don't
such.
know. Like so I wouldn't consider myself a woman. I'll leave it up to the audience. But I don't know. I have a lot of surface level friendships. I'm not necessarily honest and everything. Like the people I work with or whatever, like my coworkers that I don't choose to associate with, but have to. It's like that's a surface level relationship. If they ask me how I'm doing, it's fine. I'm not really going to get into, well, I'm going through an existential crisis right now. You wouldn't believe what's going on to me. And, like it's just not something that I'm going to say to them. So instead, I am lying in a way. I'm not being honest when I'm saying, like, yeah, everything's just fine. Cool. How are
But
you doing?
you mentioned workplace. I was mentioning like group of friends and such. Like
Fair enough.
um,
I think they
if
would
we
probably
look,
consider us friends, but I could be wrong. Like there's like 3 people that they talk to at work, and I'm one of them. I'm pretty sure they would lump me in their friend group.
yeah. So I will bring an example. When you watch a bunch of guys chilling with each other, like they insult each other for fun, if you know what I mean. Like not always, but like there's a lot of mainly relationship where, man, you're joking around, you insult each other, and that's just all men are. And if there's something wrong, they will let you know. Like, well, I speak by experience with the friends I have. Like when I did something wrong, I know it, and when they did something wrong, I tell them. So that's all we are. But I feel like women are less often like that, because their instinct to nurture and protect kind of takes over that, because they don't want to hurt people. And I speak by experience, because like a great example of that is my grandma. Like she put out with so much shit with her sisters and brothers, and they also put out a lot. But her, she's genuinely like a really good person that cannot harm anybody. But like a lot of her sisters, well, a lot of her sisters, it's maybe harsh. I'd say one of her sisters is actually like a viper. Like in appearance and looks, that person will be with you, but the moment you turn your back, she will spit on the floor or something. She will have a knife ready to backstab you, something like that. Um, but in appearance, like that person gets along with everyone, and this is just how they are. Like they are sister, and like it's like surface level, even if it should be deeper because they are family. It's surface level, and I
Yeah, I don't
don't.
know that that's a female only trait though. Like I definitely know men that are like that. So my relationship with my mom is similar to that, but I think that's more based on the fact that she's like a borderline personality than like the fact that she's a woman. I have many deep
Yeah.
relationships with, many other women in my life. And I don't know, man. I think you're painting with a broad swath with that whole like surface level thing. I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that are like that, but I don't know. So is it a feminine trait that I have surface level friendships? I,
Not
I
necessarily.
think
It's like I have a hard time wording it, but um like I like naturally I will ask you this because you're willing to open up on that. Like, are you someone that will nurture and like wear white gloves with every single person, or sometimes you can be harsh and honest, if you know what I mean? Like, I've seen lots of your debate, but now it's more like relationship that debate wise. It's really like when you interact with someone, are you like wearing these gloves because you care deeply about not hurting their
no,
feelings?
it's mainly like a work thing, I would assume. Like all of the superficialness or whatever I'm thinking about are like, like my parents' friends. If I see them, it's like, I don't know, how are you doing? Great, like pleasantries and stuff. But it's not like I'm really telling. I guess even my parents, like, I don't know, they don't give a shit what I do. So it's not like I really tell them like every like concern that's coming up in my life. I know most people don't have that relationship with their parents. Like they are able to tell them like their concerns and everything. I feel like, all we do is talk about like the weather or something like that. It feels surface level, but I think a lot of that is due to specifically like my mom's, I don't know what you'd call that, ailments, if you will, the borderline personality thing. Um, but I do have a lot of those type of relationships where I don't feel like I can be myself. So specifically at work, like I'm nowhere near as I definitely bite my tongue at a lot of things that I would normally say. I don't put my opinion out there as much as I would like, you mentioned debates and everything. Like, no, like then I am not mask on at all. Like I feel like that's the real me, despite me possibly using a fake name. It is the real me where I am using my real name in real life, but I feel like that's a fake me at the office. I'm I think they call it like
The
what
work
do they call
facade
that?
or the social
For
facade.
sure.
It's something like that.
Yeah, but
I know what you're talking
what is
about.
it? Code switching. It was
Yeah,
I
code
think what I was
switching.
trying to go with.
Yeah,
Like I talk a different way in the office than I would to like you or to anybody else that actually knows me.
yeah.
It's kind of a different person. That's professional. I'm not going to go into like how crappy everything is in my house or whatever, or how I'm feeling. It's like, yeah, everything's great. It looks like it's gonna snow. Okay, good. Like there's not that much. It feels very surface level. So I don't know. I
It's
think
more
there's times that
context.
people can be surface level, but I feel like at the same time, like it's so much easier for women to tell each other, like I feel lonely. I just need to talk. Where like I don't know. I have a whole bunch of friends that I've known since like elementary school. I don't feel like I could call any of them up and be like, "Hey, I just need to talk. I'm feeling lonely." Um, so I don't know. Like, are their relationships really surface level if they're able to like meet emotional needs where I'm not? I don't know. Which one would be more surface level?
So I really I know I get exactly what you're saying, and I do struggle a lot to explain well what I meant, but I also have that kind of facade at work, I also like I think everyone has that kind of facade. What I was referring more to is like really the relationship that you choose, like family or friends, because you choose these. In work you don't necessarily choose. So that's a really bad example because I do think everyone needs to deal with that kind of stuff. While family and friends, you get to choose them, like if you want to cut off your family, it's sad to say, but you can. It will be hard, but you can. Can you cut off your coworker? Not really. So it's more like the context. I really struggle, but
Fair enough. I get
like
what you're saying. This is a non-voluntary relationship where the ones that you're talking about do seem to be voluntary. I mean, I guess we could debate about the family thing. Like, I don't know. I've tried cutting off family members, they seem to keep wanting to come back. I don't know. I would argue a little bit, but hey, this isn't about that. I understand what you're saying about like a voluntary relationship, a chosen one.
Like if you have a chosen relationship, so that may be a better question. If you have a chosen relationship, are you always just surface level? Like, um, if
How
with your
deep would you have
friends,
to go? Because, like,
like
honestly, I've got buddies that I've known. Hell, I was in a band with a dude for like 15 years now. I don't think that I could just call him up and be like, "Man, I'm just feeling lonely. Like, I just need to have somebody listen to me vent." Like, I don't think I could do that. But I've seen women do that with no problem. So I don't know. Is my relationship then surface level with this? Like, yeah, we can talk about like, dude, I'm really going through some shit. Like, like someone in my family has X disease. I'm going through this. But could I just call them up and be like, I just need to talk? I don't think
maybe
so.
maybe it goes against your first instinct, which is like some kind of self preservation or something. But the question I would ask is, if you got that guy in the band, and I don't know anything about making a band, but you consider his music shit, and you're like, you need to change that. Would you do it, or
Oh no,
just because you're
that's business, man. Like we tell each other, like, hey, no, you're really off timing on that. You're out of key. You're not playing that well. It sounds really sloppy. We got no problem with that, or just hey, that riff is not working. You've got to change that up. Here, try something like this. We're totally cool with that. But and like if I had a reason to call him, like we would talk for hours. But I don't think I could just call him up and be like, hey man, I need to talk. I just need someone to hear me now, which is sad because I've definitely felt like that at times.
Yeah.
I don't know. So is that surface level relationship? Even though like I feel like I could talk to him about anything, but I need to have a reason. I couldn't just be like, man, I just need human connection right now.
not necessarily, because again, you're wired a different way. So the other question would be, again, like, are you scared to hurt his feelings? It's more like a question: are you scared to hurt a friend's feeling? like like I'm not saying like hurt your friend's feeling in purpose, but are you scared of that? Do you think, oh, you may lose that friendship if you're honest, or something like that? Do you know what I mean?
I do. I don't think it's that. I think it's just more. It feels like it's something I can't do, like it's taboo, if you will, which is
Yeah.
weird because I don't really care about other taboos. So I don't know.
But so that goes back to what I said. So I don't think it's surface level, your thing. Even if you don't really talk about your in-depth emotion, it's more like of a mental block, if we can call it that way, than a relationship block. When I think of surface level, I think of like people that are scared to hurt someone else feeling, and because of that they will lie, or they will like make sure they don't go into deeper questions and such with these people, because they're like, I will hurt them if we have a real talk, and if we are honest and such. And my experience, at least in my family and a lot of girls I've seen in the different schools I went to, is they're like that. They want to nurture their friendship, even if it's based on like a fake image of their friend. They still want to nurture that fake image, and it's all about the looks. It may sound shallow and superficial, but that's what I've seen from a lot of relationship with women's. While with men, it's not that superficial, like, um if you look at girls, for example, there's a fat girl in the group of girls. The girls will all say, oh, you're still stunning, you're so beautiful, you're still as good looking as us. And then you go at the guys group, and you got a fat guy. The other are poking fun at the guy. They're like, bro, you're fat, man, you need to lose weight, and that's the dynamics that are kind of different. We are not about nurturing, we are about like building, I guess. Maybe not, or deconstructing. I don't know what we are about, but we are not about nurturing, because if we were about nurturing, we would do the same as girls. We would say to the fat guy in our group, you're still good looking, you still have your chance, even if we think you're ugly. um But do you know where I'm getting at right now? Do you get a better sense of
Yeah, I
what I
get
was
what you're
thinking?
saying. I guess I just I feel like infantilizing women and saying that not all, but I don't know. I get what you're saying. I guess that it's not really infantilizing. It's kind of more protecting, saying like, hey, this isn't all of them. I don't know. I definitely know that some of them have deep relationships, but fair enough. I kind of get what you're getting at, and your explanation of my friendships, if you will, not being shallow just because I have some sort of like mental block to like I can't talk about these things. I can't talk about my loneliness or whatever. I get it. That being said though, it's like I have gone to therapy and I have talked to a male specifically about my loneliness and, depression and everything. That wasn't really an issue. So it's not like I just can't talk to men about it. It's just kind of I don't
It's
know if it's
hard.
just a cultural standard or what, but it feels like, that's taboo. We can't talk about this, but you could in this specific designated location. I think that definitely leads to some of this male loneliness thing, and that is kind of a problem with it too.
And I will say, based on what I've heard from your life, I think like the way your parents praise you, not like, can we
Hey,
call it
I was
raise?
raised by TV. My parents had nothing to do with it.
So I think it's partly the reason why you have that mental block. There are other reasons for sure, but if your parents were not there when you needed them, you will have scars like that. Um, and that's something I've seen and heard of in my course in special care counseling. I did follow for 2 years. Um, so that kind of things is really hard to get rid of. But it's possible through therapy and through like having closure with that kind of things. So yeah, I think I answered very well in my own way what are the effects of male loneliness. I'm on board with everything the both of you had to say. If guys didn't mention all of the things you both said, I would have told the same thing. I feel like what I brought was just a different alternative maybe guys didn't thought of, and I think that closed very well the second question. So, coming next, the third question: what would be a cause of that epidemic? Starting with Gray.
Uh, yeah, I'm not sure that there's like a single cause, but I guess I kind of touched on a couple of the big ones that I think, specifically like this kind of, I don't know if you'd want to call it toxic masculinity. It has elements of toxicness, like not being willing to talk about your feelings, not really being emotionally vulnerable, not showing any sign of weakness. That kind of sucks because we all have the entire spectrum of emotions. We're all not feeling strong at every moment. Why should it be such a weakness to show vulnerability in a moment of need? So I don't know. I think that's a huge cause of it is, and there might be some points to that whole toxic masculinity argument. There's definitely some bad traits when so-called like stoicism is used incorrectly, or there is the kind of toxic version of it that's just you can't talk about feelings. That sucks. And then I think with the advent of this new technology and everyone kind of being able to do any facet of their life from their home, we're interacting with people so much less. And I think that makes both who we're dealing with and the way that we deal with others a little bit more awkward. It just, you've got to keep practicing a skill. And I know some of my first social interactions, like when the pandemic was like stopping and stuff, they were weird. I could just imagine like growing up in that and not having to, try and actually interact with people on a daily basis. I think I would have felt so much more alone. Like, I don't know. I just kind of keep flashing back to when I was in Canada and I moved there. I didn't know anybody. Like I interviewed at the school, met like two people there, but it's not like I was going to hang out with like the administrator of the school or whatever. So it's like I literally knew nobody. So I was just kind of craving any social interaction I could get. So it was like at the show, at the store, at the coffee shop, like wherever I would kind of start talking to people. If those options weren't available, I don't know, man. That would have been a really dark time. I don't know. It doesn't bode well. I hope we can kind of come up with some way to help people kind of get out there and be a little bit more social. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not the expert on every cause of this, but I think kind of the societal standards mixed with this new tech, it's not a good concoction, if you will. It's kind of a it spells some sort of disaster, I should say. I think as humans, we have this desire for socialization, and I hope we can find some sort of outlet for that. Also with religion being a little bit less predominant now, there isn't that weekly gathering of many people who you'd be in the same tribe or group or whatever the hell you want to call it with. You're not feeling a sense of like togetherness as much, a sense of community. It even seems like with your neighbors, I don't know. I've lived in the place that I'm at apparently 5 years. I didn't realize that, but apparently today is the 5-year anniversary of moving into this place. But I know like 2 of my neighbors, and that's it. Like, it's not like I'm going around bringing cookies to everybody, welcoming new people to the neighborhood or anything like that. Yet that was like a thing in the past. We've become way more insular, and part of that is we get to talk to the people that we want to. They don't have to necessarily be in the same room, but I think that's a trade-off, and we're just missing a lot of these actual in-person social skills. I know I kind of dread talking to people sometimes, like at like a drive-through, or like if one of the neighbors in specific is out. I know it's going to be a long conversation. I don't know. I'm not sure if everybody has just kind of become that way, or if I've just become that way. Maybe I'm putting a lot of myself onto this, but I don't know. From my perspective, I think those are some of the contributing factors.
Okay, what about you, DC? What do you think may be the cause of um, the male loneliness epidemic?
Yeah, I agree with Gray that I do not believe there's a number one cause, but I do have some interesting examples. Probably some examples maybe you guys probably didn't thought of, but yeah. So I'm gonna go with the more obvious ones that I think we all can agree kind of caused it. Just gonna have to say hit because, and I think you guys know what I'm talking about because YouTube and all that crap. But it's like what you were talking about earlier, multi with guy
Me
or
too.
yeah. It's like that kind of already kind of made everyone feel like our relationship's even worth it. Now, granted, that's a little bit of a better reason, not the best reason though, but still at least a more understanding reason. Um, my second reason would be anything. I really can't say the word because YouTube, but let's just say bad bedroom fun
Yeah.
and all that. Yeah, that as well. Not like the good kind, the horrible kind, but yeah. Um, in my town specifically, that answer is simple. Me simply existing. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why from in my town. Crazy to believe, but yeah. The another one, I would actually go with the anti-woke crowd, believe it or not. I know this one I know this one probably shocks all of you guys, but yeah. I do think the anti-woke has something to do with it, with the fact that women are seeing if and you know how like with films are constantly doing all women and all that crap to a point where they overshadow some of the men movies. Like if it wasn't for the Batman coming out in 2022, I believe more people would have just remembered more of the women movies like in women contact like She-Hulk and what else? Black Widow. I believe the Batman kind of made because when I look back at 2009, 2010, how even Alien 1, the first one, despite having a female character, it still had good and strong male characters. Just that the female one was the main female character, was the main protagonist. So that's why I think male loneliness can also come from the anti-woke crowd, and all that. Let's see, violence. This is probably one of the more interesting ones, but yeah. Usually, more often than not, or myths, I'm gonna straight up say, a common myth is more men like violent stuff compared to a girl, even though that's complete nonsense. Even though it is sometimes the case, some girls cannot stand watching violent stuff, and men can do that.
That's
Not,
funny because sorry to cut you off,
yeah,
but like you mentioned that, but it's funny because most of my ex, they like horror movie and they're the most violent ones. So yeah, it's not necessarily 100% accurate because I know a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of
I
women
knew this.
into true murder and horror, but I get
Yeah,
what you're saying.
yeah, yeah. It's just that, yeah, I believe sometimes violent stuff can kind of make male loneliness as sometimes and all that. Again, this isn't always the case, but it's just an example. Humor, believe it or not, this is obviously one of them. I've learned that with one, when you make the wrong joke, it doesn't matter if, like, say the person is a good person, because you still don't know them deep down. Even if you say you know them for a few months, you have to know them for years to really get to a sense how the humor works. And I've learned that with one bad joke, yeah, yeah, definitely not a good case. Humor is definitely one of them. Um, the final one I'm gonna say, and this might actually shock you guys, and that is, they might just hate you from the beginning. You know, they could have just hated you from the beginning, hated you when you were born. This is probably one of the more shocking cases, but sometimes male loneliness probably just comes from a person, and let's just say a girl, who probably just hated that guy for literally no reason other than just existing. Like, there's
He's
no
a
reason.
guy, let's say him.
Yeah, but in reality, there's no reasons to why.
Yeah.
And yeah. So those are my examples of what I think causes this male loneliness. Um, but yeah, again, in my experience, like I said with mine, it's literally for me nowadays just existing. Like, honestly, I think people view me worse than, I can't say his name because YouTube, but we all know, worst person in the world, World War II and all that, not insanity. I think people in my town view me worse than him, even though I haven't even done anything wrong. In fact, yeah, that's kind of why. Because one of the reasons why I became more lonely this year is because, honestly, I could just honestly, it's because it started getting to a point to me where almost everybody started having a problem with me for almost no reason. So I decided, if it's for no reason, like last year was probably one of the worst examples. I said this before on REDBLUE one day, but it was like my swimming class. There were just a few girls, and they all hated me. They all had a problem with me after I reported some really bad people. I should add. I should add. And this is what's kind of started this hate trend. Even though, first of all, I did nothing towards them. Second of all, those guys are actually kind of weird and creepy at times. Like, if I literally just went here and explained all the stuff, yeah, those guys were definitely weirder. Three, in a way, they kind of had it coming. So that's why most important of all, I never did anything to any of those girls. Like, not even once. I believe I didn't even interact with them that much. So automatically, that's why with my male loneliness, it at times just comes from the fact that these are the kind of psychopaths I deal with on a daily basis. And yes, I use the term psychopath because honestly, I think some of these people are that. Because honestly, I can't imagine how insane it is for me to literally be a normal guy. And yeah, I have done normal things, yet I get criticized for that. Even though when I look at other people, they do worse things, and it's like I'm nothing like, and I'm like, yeah, how can these girls like that guy and yet not like me, even though I do nothing? So that's why it makes me feel realize I should just be lonely this year.
Okay. Do you want to add more?
No.
So I will start my response by sharing some stuff I heard online out there, here and there. There were these crazy trend and stories of a woman getting pregnant and only wanting girls. If that would be a boy, they would basically abort. Taking an abortion, I think that's the word. So if that would be a boy, they would like get an abortion because they don't want a boy, and they would say, oh, if I get a boy, I will give him away so another family can have it. I don't want a boy. Or if I get a boy, I will eat him, and that kind of stupid hate that is just visceral. And I think this is a seed to, we hated so much the patriarchy for what they did to women for centuries. Now it's the men's turn to suffer, and that's how a lot of people view society when you talk to them. Maybe it's just here in Canada, but I've heard a lot of stories where, like, we would hear a sad story about a guy, but the people would be like, "Oh, a woman lived that kind of similar experience in the past, so that's only fair that now men are experiencing it." And when they bring this up, I always think too wrong doesn't make it right. That's something I mentioned so much. I strongly believe it. Too wrong doesn't make it right. So, my answer, well, there are many reasons. That's why I said A instead of the. I said A because I thought only one would be enough, but guys brought like more than one, and that's perfect. But I didn't want to ask too much of people, but guys brought amazing response. So I think my response is we did that to ourselves. And how I see it is people that are watching these red pillar that bring only the worst of out of women and female minds and in the worst part of the internet. They don't help you going through it. They don't give you advice. They just tell you, yeah, don't bother with women. Go your own way. And this is the message of most of these red pillars. Women are bad, let's just not interact with them. And this create the all that is the male loneliness because some people are listening. Some people are listening. And I will repeat what I already mentioned. If there's a male loneliness, there is also a female loneliness. And I think the cause of male loneliness is female loneliness. Because now we praise women that are proud. We tell them, career first, you can freeze your egg. But you tend to forget that sometime when they unfreeze the egg, they lose the egg. You don't say that because you know that eventually girl will actually be scared and they won't really want to freeze their egg anymore because it's not always working, and it's science. It's been proven times and times that yes, you can freeze your eggs, but it doesn't mean it will work. But this, the pharmaceutical and all of the places that freeze their egg, they want to keep that a secret. They don't want to to speak about it because they will lose customer, which makes sense. It's just business, business as usual. But I think by following the wrong advice, this is how we fuel the male loneliness. By thinking, oh yeah, we are just all right. All we need to do is work on ourselves, and that's enough. We can stay lonely, and that's fine. By having that mind state, by just saying, oh, I don't need to improve, you won't improve. Do I sound crazy? Am I clear on what I try to bring up?
Yeah, you're
So
close.
I sort of. So I understand what you were saying in like the scenarios that you brought up, but I don't know. There's a couple of statements that are a little confusing to me. Like the cause of male loneliness is female loneliness. I don't know. Like, why would we not have our own agency? Like, if a good portion of it is men not wanting to be vulnerable or show the emotion and actually reach out and say, like, I need human interaction. I don't know. Is that the female's fault? Like you were talking about self-improvement, but that seems to be going like in the face of that. Like you can improve yourself. You can do things to make yourself actually less lonely. A lot of us don't do that. I don't know that that's somebody else's fault other than my own. I've never experienced
This
the
I do.
scenarios in which you put forward, and yet I've experienced a lot of male loneliness in my past. So I don't know, man.
That's
It's
why I
on me
said
though.
that.
I isolated myself and I wallowed in that. I didn't do anything to improve myself for quite some time.
That's why I said like we do it to ourselves before I brought the female loneliness as well, but we do it to ourselves because we don't seek out, just like what you said. But there's also the other factor that which is the female loneliness as well. If we don't want to improve because we are told, oh, you just need to do your work, you just need to make money and become like top shape, go at the gym and stuff, that's all you need, you don't need people, then you won't seek for people because you think you're doing it right. um so yeah, like it's messy, my thoughts. My brain is fried, that's why it's so messy. But I think it's two different things. Like, if women were not as driven toward their career and they were more like driven toward men, like not necessarily like before, but maybe like not place all of the eggs in the same bucket, like saying, oh yeah, career and then love, maybe part of the issue would be over. Because like studies have shown that women are also more often single than they used to be, and they will delay having kids than they used to be. And again, that kind of fuel a bit the male loneliness, because then a lot of women are seeking for like the six figure guy. And because of that, that kind of fuel the male loneliness, because let's be honest, not everyone makes six figures.
Okay,
That's
so I've
the
never made six figures, but I've met a lot of women out there who are interested, who I, definitely could have had a shot at a relationship with, definitely was able to connect with. I don't know. I was a loser in a band. Like I made like literally hundreds of dollars a year some years. Like that's lame, man. That was never an issue. I was also overweight. It's not like I was, some awesome rock star looking dude. But I don't know. I don't know that women are necessarily looking for that. But I think with that like $100,000 job comes a certain amount of confidence. I think that's mainly what they're looking for. I could be wrong, but I don't know that every woman is looking for that, because no woman who's ever been interested in me was looking for that. I didn't have that to offer. I've been rejected a shitload, but I don't think that's the reason. I think my looks, my approach, my demeanor, like all of that were probably more of a factor than my actual paycheck. Like, I don't know. I could be wrong, but when I've been the most successful is when I've been the most confident, which is usually when I'm showing some sort of competence. So like at a gig or something. It's like, yeah, I just kicked ass. Like I actually did something impressive. Hell yeah. Nice to meet you. And I actually had some confidence at the time, but I don't know. Like I think a lot of the times I've been rejected, it's because, like I just walk up to some random person and it's like all I've got to go off of is, my personality on the spot. And I might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I think it definitely I don't make a good first impression. I'll put it that way. Uh, but I think I grow on people. So I don't know.
You
Fair enough. It was just kind of my thoughts on that.
you make good points, and I do agree. Like I exaggerate a bit because it's true. Not every woman wants that, but a lot of women do. And um, the other thing is, like, I don't think you live in a big city. That may be another factor in, because like different places, different interests. Like most people that are more like countryside people, they don't have the
I'm
same
the
kind of
biggest
goals.
city in my state, and also when I
Oh,
was in
okay.
Vancouver, which was pretty damn big for Canada. Like it was actually Vancouver. So
You were
like
in
it
Vancouver? Oh,
was
that
Sedan too.
well.
Yeah, man.
Actually, oh, that's surprising that there they didn't care. Okay, that's interesting.
Dude, there I couldn't legally work. Like you had to choose either student visa or work visa. So it's like I told them that going in. Like they were fine with me being broke. Like it's not necessarily about that. Like you have more to offer to someone than just a paycheck.
Yeah, yeah, you make valid point. I that's surprising. But again, I'm sure if you had six figures, all of the time you would have been rejected. They would have accepted you like open arms, uh, because a lot of women do like money. I've experienced that a lot. Maybe that's my town that's rigged. I know friends that experience that as well. But again, like depends where you look at. In my family, I don't think they're like that, but I know like a lot of women are like that. Um, but yeah, if you look at TikTok and that brain rot website called TikTok, you realize that it's very popular, that kind of thinking where, oh, we need the six figures, we need these perfect people. Um, so yeah, like the 6 feet tall guy. And if you look at dating app, as someone that used dating app too long, I should have stopped much earlier than I did. Uh, Now I've been like 6 months without using this shit. But yeah, as someone that used dating apps, most of these profile they want these six figures, or like one of the few questions they ask when you finally get a match after waiting forever to get a match. They're like, "Oh, what? How much do you earn?" It's like, okay, cool. I will next. I will go to the next one. Very materialistic people. Um, and yeah, Um, so I will recollect my thoughts. One of the issues that are there is um, there's more single people in general, and that fuel the male loneliness epidemic, because less people are inclined to have a relationship because it's too much trouble, it's too much this, it's too much that. And the other thing is ourselves, because we don't seek for what we need. And I will also add a third reason: dating apps. They are so bad. And it's coming from someone that used dating apps. That someone had a past relationship because of dating apps. Hell, my mother, well, that wasn't an app, but that was a dating website, so it's similar. My mother is married to someone she met on websites. So dating apps destroyed uh relationship in general, because now it's just another product. We consume many dates and we think we want some serious stuff, but we don't really like the profiles that will provide what we want. And on top of that, these dating apps, they are rigged from the start, and they want people to not match, because the longer you're on the platform, the more money they will make. So this is how rigged the game is. And they also don't tell you that 66% of the users are men. So, yeah, that's all it is. Um, I guess we can close off on question number three. Question number four. Since society has changed, should dating standard adapt? I will ask to DC first.
Mm. Mm. To be honest, I'm gonna say no, and here's why. It really doesn't really change anything, if you ask me. There really is no difference if you ask if dating should standard dating should be adapted. Because I mean, here's the thing: our current year is really not that different from 2009 or 1990s. I would actually say, in general, it's not different. There's no changes other than technology. Because if you really think about it, they really have no difference. So I
Well, there's a difference. Sorry to interrupt you there, but like now, it there are many studies showing that many it took long time, many years, but now women are studying more. Therefore, they have more higher paid jobs than they used to. So yes, it has changed. Now it's not wrong. It's just it has changed. So that aspect is no longer what it was like, let's say, 20 years ago. But keep
fair enough.
going on.
Yeah, like I say, so there's really not that much differences. So that's why, because I mean, if you, I mean, yeah. However, I feel like the reason why I say no is because given how society in this year, in this generation, has definitely grown worse. I definitely do not think dating should be adapted, standard at best. Um, but yeah, so like even though there really is no difference between this year and say 2009.
There's one, bro. Your hypothetical case doesn't work. I'm sorry, bro, but keep going on.
It's just technology if you ask me, because I mean
We have the
different,
same schooling system, but women are more into it, so it has changed. But yeah, keep going
yeah,
on.
yeah. But like I'm saying, um like I was saying, overall, I do not really like the only difference is given how this generation is definitely more man haters. Yeah, I definitely do not think it's appropriate to date standard date not in this generation, but yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna pass the torch towards Gray.
So, Gray, I will repeat the question in case. Since society has changed, should dating standard adapt?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have, it's definitely not like, so it's not like our parents' time. It's probably not like my heyday right now. I know I wasn't using apps. I've never really used a dating app or anything like that. That seems to be how everyone is kind of meeting now. And it seems to be, a little bit more like the 60s, a little bit more free love, like the whole hookup culture thing. I think it has adapted. There definitely isn't like a courtship like perhaps our grandparents or whatever experienced. It's very different now. When people say like, "Are you dating anyone?" Well, they might be hooking up with somebody, but what does dating mean? Like, are people actually going out on physical dates anymore? Sure, some are, but I don't know. Like, it's definitely not the same thing. I think yes, it will always change to societal standards. They do seem to shift. It did seem to get a little bit more uptight after the 60s and 70s, but I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be a societal swing again, but right now we seem to have kind of gone back to that sort of direction, it seems like, with this hookup culture that we kind of have. So I don't know. I think that is what the current, whatever you want to call it, like phase of dating is. But That doesn't mean that you don't have people that are more traditional and would expect kind of more of the traditional courtship thing. Like, hell yeah, more power to you. If you know that that's the kind of person that you want to be with, like, hell yeah, look for that person because they're looking for that same thing. It just sucks when you have kind of a mismatch of values and, maybe a physical characteristic is somehow outweighing some actual need that you have for a certain type of relationship. I don't know. That sucks. You know, just because she's hot, you don't have to say yes to everything. Find that kind of relationship that you want. But I think, yes, societal standards will always be changing. They're not the same that they were 10 years ago. I think the pandemic has really changed a lot. I don't know if many people really go out on dates unless they're kind of in a relationship now. It seems like everything has really kind of shifted from there. And it seems like the way everyone's kind of meeting is through apps. It doesn't seem to be direct face to face interaction, sadly. I don't know. I think everything is kind of changing. I don't know if it's for the better, but it's changing. I don't know how you'd shift that back.
Yeah. Do you want to add more?
I think that's really it. Just I don't know. I have some desire that we would get like some sort of public social thing, but I don't know exactly what that would be. Uh, it seems like it would definitely help, but how do you get people there and off their phones or whatever? I'm not sure.
Yeah. So when it comes to me, I will kind of follow up on what you mentioned. Um, I think society has changed. Therefore, the dating standard should also change. You want equal footing, right? You want equality. It's great. Then what about instead of making the guy pay for the date? I know that sounds weird for traditional people, but what if you both pay your halves? Or what if the woman one day decides to pay both halves, but the next time the guy does, and they switch and swap, and there's that kind of exchange. Uh, it's different. Um, Now, what if because now women are earning more? What if they don't necessarily look for the guy with the high paycheck? Or what if she treats the same way a provider than a normal guy? Now I will also say that this also applies to guys looking for women. Maybe date some older woman, even if they are not maybe the most beautiful ones. Maybe give it a shot. Maybe if they are more mature, maybe it will be a better match. Um, so I feel like the standards should change, um, and it's no longer the 60s. Uh, we shouldn't expect weddings anymore because they most of the time turn into divorce. Um, so there's a lot of changes, a lot of things that are no longer what they used to be. Women are into OnlyFans now, so you cannot really expect that kind of um, unique intimacy that you only get with that girl, and that girl doesn't share that kind of intimacy to
I
every
don't know,
woman.
man. How many girls do you think are on OnlyFans? Like, it's not the vast majority of them.
There's
Like,
more than
it's
you
still got to
think,
be a
bro.
minority. I don't know
There's
about
more
that,
than
man.
you
What's the
think.
percentage?
I don't know the percentage. I would need to do research about it, but um, the sole fact that I personally know one and I don't know that many girls is telling. And I'm in Canada, and guys at that for longer, so I can only expect more cases over there. And like, yeah, it's. I don't have numbers to back me up, but I know it's something they think is empowering because they're making their own money. But is it really like you're just objectifying yourself? It's I don't think it's empowering at all, and it relies on men that cannot have relationship. Let's be honest. Like I don't think any guy in a relationship will subscribe to an OnlyFans. I don't think so. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I feel like OnlyFans is really a tool that exploits male loneliness a lot because you pretend to give intimacy, but you don't really. But you pretend, and these simps paying for it, they think they earned something, but they don't really earn something. Um, but yeah, I think it's more often than you think, and a lot of people they know it's bad, so they will wear a mask. So maybe you won't even know, but they are doing it. That's another thing. Um, so yeah, more often than you think, and we didn't add that many years ago. Like the worst someone could do is like being a dancer in the bar, and there you don't have all of the thousand and thousand of customer OnlyFans can have. So yeah, dating standards should change because society has changed. Um, if you are a modern woman, expect a modern man. Don't expect the traditional man. And the same goes for um like traditional guys meet traditional woman. That kind of makes sense, but traditional guy and modern woman, I don't know. Maybe a mismatch. Um, but yeah, maybe I'm too close minded. I don't know. I don't know. Um, I think that closes off this fourth question. Um, don't always seek for the best one in the bunch. Maybe help the one to rise to the top. Next up would be number five. How can we overcome the loneliness epidemic? Starting with DC.
Okay, this answer might not, you guys would agree, but honestly, I do not think that there is a way out of the loneliness. I just do not. Here's why. Because here's the thing. In this case, it will just be a repeat cycle. Means once we end the loneliness epidemic, it doesn't mean everybody's gonna do it, and it's gonna continue again later on. So that's why it's like it'll be this. Even if we do somehow end it, there does not mean it won't be back. So it's like, yeah. Now in my town, there's literally no way. You would literally have to essentially go back in time and change the timeline. And I'm not even going to explain to you because I think we all know what I'm talking about, given what I've said about, just so this loneliness doesn't happen in my town. But in the other worlds, it's just a repeated cycle. Means at one point it would start and end. Oh, well, we're gonna have to wait for Multi to get back. Well, Gray, we're gonna have to keep the audience company
I
until.
guess so. I hear what you're saying about the cycle. I understand what you mean. Like it feels like you end this and something else will happen. Maybe, but I don't know that you could solve it for everybody, but you could definitely solve the loneliness for yourself. I know I've been through huge patches of it and things I did to improve myself, to make myself, honestly, it was me that was holding me back and keeping myself lonely. A lot of it is that ability to kind of get vulnerable. I didn't have that before. So I
Yeah,
agree with you. Like, there's no way that you're going to get all of society. Like, you're right. Like, it does seem like perhaps it may shift, it may switch, but there's going to be no way that you could get rid of it all completely.
yeah.
But I don't know, man. I think you can personally, which is really awesome, but it does take
Yeah.
work.
Uh, Hi, Multi. Are you back? Multi.
Okay, a lot of really
Almost
weird
back.
things happened. I did cut
Oh
off.
no,
I'm back. I don't know what's going on. That
Gremlins.
maybe I don't know.
My guess is
So
Gremlins.
yeah, so yeah, sorry, that was weird. So DC,
It's all good. We vamped. We filled time. We thought we made thought provoking questions that you'll only know if you play this back. But sorry, you were asking DC a question.
Yeah, he was asking me a question. But yeah. So, Multi, do you want me to repeat again, or did you heard?
that's fine. I heard a lot of it. Are you done with what you wanted to share?
Yeah, I was almost done. So yeah, like I said, it's kind of like a cycle that. But yeah, when it comes to the other part of the world. But when it comes to my town, different story, completely different story. But yeah, that's all I was gonna finish. But yeah, now I can pass the rifle towards Craig or Torch. But yeah,
Perfect. Well, great. That's your
All
cue.
right, that's my cue. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry for jumping in then, DC. I thought because Multi jumped off, that was a chance to talk. But I'm sorry I kind of interrupted you there and kind of went on my little tangent.
it's
Um,
fine. It's fine, Gray. It's just we had to keep the audience busy, and
oh, for
Hell
sure.
yeah.
The hordes
yeah,
of adoring fans needed to, they needed that comfort of us talking to each other. Um, well, thank you for accommodating me just jumping in then. But yeah, I don't disagree with what DC is saying. Like, I do think it is kind of cyclical. There are times of more loneliness and times of less loneliness. Um, I don't know that we necessarily I'm not sure the exact way to get out of this as a society. I'm not sure that we could, but personally, we can take a lot of steps to kind of improve what we're doing to actually get out, to actually put ourselves in some sort of position where we meet people or to make ourselves presentable in a way that would attract the kind of person that we're looking to meet. Part of that is being comfortable with like making yourself vulnerable. I know in times in my life, I definitely haven't been comfortable with that. Um, you kind of have to do that to truly reach out to somebody. Sometimes that takes some work and some getting used to on that. I know the way that I got over my loneliness was to work on myself. I was the main obstacle preventing myself from meeting the types of people that I wanted from, meeting girls specifically. I really had to get over that kind of vulnerability. Like, yeah, okay, so it's a moment of embarrassment if you get rejected or whatever. But I don't know, how many moments do you waste like in your head just going over that? Like, should I don't know. I got it way too in my head. And I guess I realized like what does it really matter? I was the real thing from preventing myself from experiencing the opposite of loneliness, if you will. I brought it on myself. So I don't know what we do as a society to prevent this epidemic, but I think personally we can work on ourselves and specifically put ourselves in a place where we'll meet like-minded people. It definitely helps. But yeah, I don't know on a societal level what we do to kind of combat this kind of ingrained thing. This, men don't talk about their feelings. And then on top of that, we're now becoming less social. I I don't know. I think hopefully we can find some social things to do in real life with people. That's what I've tried to do, and that's helped me a ton. But talking to you guys as well is awesome. That definitely fills that friendship thing. But I think there is still something. If Multi wasn't on here, if we didn't get to see his reaction to what we're saying, I think it would definitely change things.
yeah,
So
definitely, yeah, definitely. And
That's a great segue. Do you want did you wanted to
no,
share,
I
DC?
think we'd
all
love
I,
to hear from you.
yeah, all I was gonna add was the fact that yeah, I can definitely relate to Gray a lot. Hell, I would actually say ever since this podcast, I say me and Gray actually have more things in common because I realized, I was in I'm kind of the same position he was. He was talking about how in person he didn't have many friends. That's true with me. And until he really became an online that became an online guy, kind of like me. He had more friends and actually developed more friendship that actually lasted longer than his in-person ones. And I was like, that's so with me because, like I said before, almost everybody in my town hates me for literally no reason. I'm just gonna strip put it at that. So that's why,
Jealousy. They won't admit it, but that's jealousy sometimes. Anyway, go on.
yeah, yeah. And it made me realize when I started doing online friends, like I've developed many online friends with you two, another online friends who I'm just going to keep private for now. It made me realize these are actual, and it made me realize the difference between you guys, my online friends, and the people I meet. That is, the people, my online friends, including you two, have actual general care for others. You guys would actually risk your life to save someone. And
Depends which someone, but I get what you're saying.
yeah,
I would do anything for my half brother and for my friends, but a random guy in the street, I don't think so. But go on.
yeah, and yeah. Also, you guys would actually have actually have real, actual problems as well, because that's another thing. The problems everybody in my town, quote unquote, has, they're just so dumb to a point that even nobody can. Everyone like, it's so dumb and crazy to a point that it's like that shouldn't even be a problem for you at all. Whereas you guys actually do have general problems, so that's what makes me realize those are what real problems actually are like. They're what I'm going through. So that's another aspect. But it's also because of the fact that you guys my actual online friends, including you two, actually, care about how others have been feeling. Like, say if there's someone who's down because his life is so terrible, you guys would actually be there to support that person. Whereas,
Yeah, doing my best.
yeah, whereas if the people in my town were like that, either they would ignore him or make life worse for him.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But yeah. And yes, my town is almost ruled by a dictator at this point, but yeah.
Misery loves company, as we say.
Yep.
Do you want to add more, DC?
No. No, I'm not gonna add more. But yeah.
So I mentioned a segue because one of the solution, one of the outcome that we could use, one of the things we could do is creating activities with other men, such as this podcast. I am proud of making this podcast with the both of you. I wish we had more regulars. That's great having the both of you, but the more we are, the best it is, and that's just my philosophy, But yeah, I do think men talking about what's wrong in their lives or what's wrong with society and that kind of stuff, it helps us to connect. Even if we disagree on a lot of stuff, we kind of see where they are coming from or where they are trying to go at. And I, I, I also think it has helped me a lot. Doing both podcasts is an amazing time in my week. That's why I value that time so much. And let's make it work when we can make it work. That's my philosophy. I'm having a great time. It's my two favorite days in the week. It's not the weekend. It's Tuesday and Wednesday because of both podcasts. Um, that's how I see it. That's how I experience it. Now, the next thing to help going out of that loneliness that we can feel is try to find group of men into sport, hockey, football, baseball, basketball, anything that has a ball. Let's do this. Bowling, man. Dang, bowling could be fun. I don't know. I've played bowling a few times. I don't like it, but hey, if there's a gathering of men there, that's something to fight against male loneliness. The other thing is stop listening bad advice. And this goes to both men and women because I do think there's a lot of women consuming these stupid TikToks from crazy woman that ate men and patriarchy and such. And because they follow these advice, and because they are in that kind of sphere where they ate men, well, they won't connect with men. You cannot connect with someone you ate. And the same goes for men. Because if you're only watching red pillars, trust me, you will hate women as much as all of these red pillars do. So stay away from that kind of content. It doesn't help. They are just making you worse. I said it. Misery loves company. That's all I feel, and that's all I see it. Red
I
pillars
I
are misery.
Yeah, I completely agree with with you, multi. I agree, especially in my town because that's the same word you used to describe them. But yeah, I agree.
And like, we don't necessarily need to seek for feeling talk and such, because we don't need to really talk always about it. It's fine to exteriorize it in other ways. Hang out with your friends. When you're feeling down, contact your friend, or check on your friend when you feel like they are feeling down. When you think they're down, like, I one of my closest friend, um, I remember there was a time it was in a very dark place, and I went to see him. We drink a lot together, and I brought the beers, and I was like, man, let's just drink and listen to music and watch movies. We don't need to talk about stuff. We just need to be in each other presence. And we did talk, but we don't need to have that deeper talk. Just the presence that someone cares about you can really help you out. And like, we had that person that were in common in our circle. I won't call the person in our circle my friend necessarily, but it was clearly the friend of my friend. So by extension, maybe it was also my friend, but I kind of caught the ties because we didn't have that much in common. But um I after I was done spending time with my friend the other day, I was dead tired because we drank too much, and I also went at work and stuff. I was too occupied. But you know what, I checked on my friend, I messaged him, and I also messaged the person we had in common, and I told the guy, look, our friend doesn't feel that great, go check on him, and like, bring him that beer, I know he likes that beer. So like, when I was at work, the person we both knew was spending time with him. And I think this is a way to like check on your friends when you think they are going through a rough patch. um I think it does help. And this is us, the key is us. Like, the male loneliness is loneliness only if you're alone. It's no longer there if you decide, you know what, let's F it, and let's do something with others. And again, if you're out of that red pill circle, you will see women's under another light. You won't necessarily aid them because you won't consume product that aid them. So maybe if you're not aiding women, maybe you can try. Like, you have nothing to lose if you try. I lost a few friendships because I had feelings for these person, but they didn't. But it was still better for me to try something than just sit there and just keeping for myself that these feelings I had toward these two person I liked. So in the end, yes, I lost friendship, but what I earned was like comfort, where now the truth is out and it feels better, and now there's no longer that secret of I have feeling for you. And even if I got rejected, I tried. And the feeling after trying, even if it was rejection that was harsh and hard, it was a better feeling than just spending time with that person and feeling like you don't really share everything you want to share, or tell everything you need to tell. Um, so yeah, try. If you care for someone, go for it. Maybe you will get rejected, maybe you will lose a friendship, but at least after that small pain, you will feel better in your skin and such. Do I sound crazy? Am I clear or am I like messy as ever?
No, that was pretty clear.
Yeah, you're clear.
So we are the key. Now, I said everything I wanted to say. I'm wondering if guys want to add more to this aspect.
Not for me.
Gray.
No, I don't think I have too much more to add. I think what you said was really eloquent. I think it speaks a lot of volumes.
And I just realized, man, when I will get my true schedule, actually bold podcast will be at 4 instead of 5:30. So yeah,
So
just to
everything
make
just switches all the time.
yeah. So yeah, I will keep the both of you updated once we get there. Anyhow, today's video is about male loneliness, and it's from Shoe on Ed. I do like Shoe on Ed a lot. I think she has become my favorite YouTuber for real. Like I watched so many of stuff she did. She is just golden, and she has humor. She has satire. She speaks honest truth hidden behind the satire and the mockery and the fun. But like that person, man, wow. So this is Shoe on Ed, the male loneliness epidemic, and in future stream we will cover other stuff she did as well, because she is amazing.
Shoe is
I'm a simp.
amazing.
I'm a simp. Anyhow, let's do this.
Men are not okay. That's right, folks. The men are not okay. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman.
That's hilarious, that intro. And I gotta add something. That surgery to be taller is disgusting.
Totally worth it. I agree. Oh, I guess we're saying something different. I'm sorry.
That surgery to be taller is disgusting. Apparently, based on what I've heard, you can no longer run after
Yeah, but
you
if you're
got
that
that
tall,
surgery.
why do you need to run? You just walk in with the swagger of a tall man.
And it plays on men's insecurities. It's as disgusting as these beauty products sold to women telling, "Oh, you'll look 20 years younger," and then when they put in like it's a placebo because they don't really look these 20 years younger anyhow. Um it's disgusting when you play on men's or women's insecurities. It's so awful. Uh don't
I
make
agree
that
with you, man.
surgery. Just
So I agree with you. It seems like a horrible surgery, and I don't want to get it. And yeah, it would prevent you from running. And I don't think the benefits of it are there. But I don't know, man. I guess I'm of the mindset that like any consenting adult should be able to do anything they want. I know I've done stupid things to my body. I've gotten a couple tattoos I'm not necessarily the most fond of. I feel like I could fix them if I just get more. I don't know. I've got like gauged out ears. They will never heal. I don't know. I think that's as body transforming as a lot of this crap, like the fillers and injections. A lot of that goes away over time. Like if you're actually like getting prosthetics put on like your cheeks or something, like yeah, that's I don't know. So, I don't know. I think it all looks weird and I wouldn't do it personally, but I guess I want people to be able to do that. But the one thing that I am truly in support of is this AI Batman that will help you get over anything, like your porno addiction. That's
hell
pretty
yeah. Hell
I want
yeah, that's
Batman to help me
amazing.
with anything.
Me too.
It's really awesome, especially if they go like the Kevin Conroy voice. That would be awesome. You know, he talks to you personally, helps you get over your problems. That would be awesome.
That's the men's best friend now. Batman. Hell yeah, that's how we do it. But yeah, man, let's just play that one out because I think DC still out, so let's play it.
And help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now,
do you agree with that statement?
I mean, yeah, like it does seem like, there is this male loneliness epidemic. It does seem like all the stats that she brought up, like men are graduating from college less. There's a lot of criteria that surgery is a real thing, but it's like, there's other ways that women don't feel like they stack up to the societal or dating standards, so they also do things to their bodies. I don't know if that's necessarily a one-way road, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do understand the argument that if this society is built for men and it is all patriarchy, how come so many men are suffering? And I think that's a good, valid point, and I think it's one of the reasons why that kind of ideology doesn't really hold up. But I think a lot of this is personal agency, and it sucks. It's not easy, but I think a lot of it is our own doing. At least in my case, it was.
I agree. Again, that goes back to one of the two things I mentioned in my part. Even if it was wacky, messy, I agree with that 100%. And again, double standard a lot out there. So yeah, let's play that one out.
Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes. And if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else.
Well, hey, she got 21K likes on this, so that's awesome. Yay.
Yeah. At least people are receptive to it.
Well,
That's
hell yeah,
amazing.
dude. 3.7 million views. That's really awesome.
And again, I praise her so much, and the biggest reason why I didn't join up is because I don't have much money to spend lately, and I already have so many YouTube subscription. Anyhow, you're back, DC.
Yeah.
So this is Shoe on Ed. I don't know how much you have seen from her so far, but one of my favorite content creator out there. She is golden.
Men are in a crisis, and it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit.
Fact.
I agree with her.
Fact. What do you think, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times it definitely seems to be. It kind of sucks.
Look, who talks the most about males' issues, the red pillars, and they talk about that because they know that's their audience, and they know that if they make that audience miserable, they will stick around to feel better. It's like the person that distribute the substance, so they become addicted, and then they need to consume more. That's the same shit. Yeah. Word, Shoe on it. Word.
Me. I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into today's sponsor.
Okay, I will skip the sponsor because.
Oh, wow. We're not even giving her watch company the money
Sorry.
by watching the video. No, go check out those watches. They look good.
There's watches in the description. Is it still there? It's a video made last year, so maybe it's no longer there. No, I don't see watches.
Hey, it was only 6 months ago, but I'm sure she's got a good, rep, whatever. Hot
good whatever.
Holzkern watches. Use her code. Look at their watches. Okay, I think we're good.
Hell yeah.
And thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad.
I did.
Why are men and boys struggling?
You're
And what should we
welcome.
do about it?
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too.
That goes back to what I said. Because there's a male loneliness epidemic, there's also a woman's loneliness epidemic. But it's not as present, but yeah. Do you want to add more, Gray or DC?
I agree. I think it's just a people loneliness epidemic. I think, I would posit that women are able to actually get vulnerable and say, like, hey, I'm feeling really lonely right now. Like, let's go get lunch or something. Where I don't know. I don't think any of my friends would be super susceptible to that. Like, no, I'm working. Like, screw off. I don't know. I think, it's a little bit different. So I don't know. But I think because we're switching to this so much less social interaction in person, I think we're all experiencing some sort of this. I know during the pandemic, it was practically everybody.
Yeah, fully agree. Do you want to add more, DC?
No.
Okay.
Predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030.
So now she brought estimate and such. I'm not surprised at all by these numbers.
Well, it's the rise of the economy.
Yeah, and it's the rise of I will freeze my egg until I realize, damn, I'm old, and these eggs, I unfreeze them, and they
The eggs
all
ain't
are
old, though.
lost.
What?
But yeah, or they try to implant these frozen egg, and no, it doesn't work nonetheless. Rise of the she economy. I just realized that was in the comments. That's funny.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't a me original. That's literally the name of this study. It's a 35-page study titled "Rise of the Economy."
Yeah, fact.
But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy is booming, as they say. And
now it is a good thing because now we have more equality, right? But
in certain ways.
But what if, because of that, they think they're superior than men? Not all of women's, but if you know what I mean, like some woman will think, oh, now I got more leverage. Oh, now I'm above because now it's a she economy, so I will fully benefit. Now it's a matriarchy, if you know what I mean, but it's not really. But that's the gist of it. Like, you know what I mean? Agree?
Yeah, it just seems like it kind of weeds out the bad clients. Like, kind of the same thing as if you have, like, I don't know, it's a bad example. I won't go down that route. But people who have impossible standards for you, who are going to try and change you, as opposed to like, hey, I like what you are. Like, maybe there are these little things that we can improve, but not trying to change you completely. Maybe that would get them out of there. Like, I've seen so many of my friends like just try to be changed by the person that they're with. I don't know. Maybe that would weed them out if they felt like they actually deserved this other thing, not they could turn you into this other thing that they want. Maybe that just takes them out of that entire dating pool or whatever. That might not be a bad thing. It sounds like they might be an incompatible mate, especially if that's not what you're looking to do, like become the $100,000 a year guy in like the next year or something like that. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's necessarily a bad thing. In my experience, not every woman is like that. So I don't know.
I agree. It's not all, but now I will make it higher and say, what if that's go matriarchy go, that she economy is the best thing that ever happened, is actually an influencer, and then she makes crazy TikToks praising that lifestyle to many of women, and now a lot of minions start following the cult, and they turn into mini she economy people, if you know what I mean. So that create a chain of cause and effect, if you know what I mean. One bad apple can rot other apples. Do you know where I'm getting at with that, Gray?
Yeah, I definitely know the analogy. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know. It is society changing. Like I do think it is a good thing that, women can do whatever the hell they want to do and they get to like follow their dreams. Well, part of that might give them more agency and it might give them, well, I'm actually up here. I don't want to settle for somebody that I previously would have if I had to be, like barefoot and pregnant. So I don't know. I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. It could be a way that, society requires certain standards of each other. Maybe that could actually get us as better partners. That being said, if people have unrealistic dating standards, like they're expecting like a 21-year-old or something to have hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, it's like that's completely unrealistic. I think expectations should be within check, but I don't see an issue with like a doctor saying, I can't date a busboy. I want somebody with like more dreams than that. Like, are you looking to open a restaurant? Are you looking to, be some sort of business person? Or are you okay with just being like the bottom of the ladder, like a minimum wage job?
Yeah.
I could see somebody having issue with that, and that seems perfectly warranted. So I don't know. It kind of depends on if it's realistic or not.
Okay. Do you want to add more?
No, I think that's about it.
What about you, DC?
Same about it for me.
Okay.
Meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right.
Yeah, men, stop listening to that derogatory music. Then maybe you won't be single. I don't know, I think men and women being single and lonely kind of shows there might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or pathetic. According to
I like that sound of it.
Yeah,
What about you guys?
I agree.
Yeah, it seems like a really shitty leap of logic to be like, hey, that music that you're listening to, it doesn't put women on a pedestal or raise them up. So you are the problem with society. I don't know. I would want to know the connection between like the music someone's listening to. I've heard way more derogatory music than that dude can probably imagine. It hasn't made me think less of women or treat women any differently. I don't know. I don't think there's really causation there. I don't know. It's very strange that would be what he focuses on, but I think she chose it as a ridiculous example. So fair enough.
Yeah, that's true, and that's why I like what she brought as example.
several different articles. I love how that's my source. I read about it on the internet. Research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to
Isn't it connected? Sociology, guys. If your society is about individual and not the group, well, good luck. You will be lonely. Any thoughts on that? I guess not.
No, not really. Sorry, I was kind of at a loss of words.
Yeah, same.
No.
Yeah,
economic development, increased education, a shift towards white-collar jobs, and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori. Did I say that right? I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society, secluding themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010, there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. And today, it's estimated to be about 1.55 million.
I'm worried.
It's only gonna get worse, like unless we
Yeah.
come up with some way to kind of, I don't know. It would be really stupid to be like, okay, everyone must come out in the town square right now and do some jumping jacks or something. But I don't know. Aside from doing something that drastic, how do you get people to like forcibly socialize or go to some social event when you could just kind of be a shut-in, a recluse, and get everything delivered to you, and it would be just fine. You could live a quite comfortable existence that way. I'm not sure the answer to that.
In Japan and like China, like they have advance over us because like technology, just look at technology. Like they are so far ahead of us, you know, like they come up with stuff. They have the manpower to create stuff. We rely so much on them, you know, and they experience that now. Does this means we will experience it next? I think so. If we don't stop that kind of loneliness epidemic, we are Japan number 2. But maybe I'm crazy. Am I crazy, DC?
No, you're not crazy.
Gray, do you think I'm crazy?
A little bit, but yeah,
little
the
bit.
pandemic has definitely like kind of added to this. Just, you know, we did have that taste of you know, you can work from home, and that's something that's really shifted since then too, is kind of that ability to actually make a decent living with an okay job from your house, where before you were kind of limited on your options. I don't know. It just makes it so much easier to keep not going out into the world. I think it's only going to spread, but maybe I'm being pessimistic on this.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
And because of things like this, people aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn.
Based.
Oh my!
Hey, if you don't practice the skills, though, like it's easy to
Oh,
lose
no.
them. I understand it seems weird, but you know, if it actually helps somebody get those social interaction skills, that's pretty awesome. Sadly, what if it just fills the need to have somebody stare into your eyes? So now you're just a little happier with your existing lifestyle. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So it just feeds into what you're doing wrong. So keep doing it wrong, bro. Keep self-destructing like that. That's the way, man. That's the Mandalorian way. Anyhow, I will play it now.
Learn to cope with eye contact and reintegrate them back into society. So basically, if you want to know America's future,
Bro.
She might be right, man. It might be our future. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I think with
We've-
my son, that future is already settled. But yeah, I agree with her. That future is possible nowadays.
I think Canada will have this shit faster than you guys because we are just freaking stupid here, like stupider than you folks. So we are next on the line. We are stupid because we
You're more
keep
polite,
electing.
though. I don't
Yeah.
know.
We keep electing freaking Trudeau, even if he will destroy democracy here. That's the
yeah, we're not doing much
Canada-
better down here, man.
At least your president won't destroy democracy. Yeah, it won't.
Yeah, but
like,
who's really
create,
controlling that old guy? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Plus,
like,
with my town, it's a really huge bar. It's a really high bar to a point that you have to essentially. But it's like, yeah, especially when it comes to being stupid, because I think, to be honest, I think my town has already hit your town multi even worse, because in my town, let's just say we have like literally zero, like I'd say almost 99% of the people in my town that are my age are pretty stupid to a point that if you ask them half the, like, seriously, I sometimes imagine what would be like if I wasn't on the podcast and one of these people and you ask these questions, they would have literally no answer. And their only answer would be me, because they have nothing better else to do. And I can actually see you doing this podcast, and I can actually even sometimes imagine you doing some of these podcasts with other people that does not include some of these people. Yeah, that's how I imagine. I was like, yeah, you're kind of lucky that you have me. But yeah.
But I gotta say, guys, I feel like in USA, freedom is very important, and guys will die on that hill before like you bring a China regulation and such on your spot. But here in Canada, like, bring China, guys. We are so open. We prefer all other countries. We hate Canada so much that we will erase ourselves just to look like other countries.
But
That's why we are so stupid. Like, Trudeau, if he gets another damn mandate, trust me, we will become China in North America.
Yeah, but I mean, China and America have like what one of the most hated rivalries of all time. So you gotta get them to get along for the first time in history, and that's going to happen. So sorry, multi.
I'll get. It's only an appearance, so I'll get to.
I don't know, man. The appearance, though, it's a good appearance. You're
Um,
polite, man. Here, we're just assholes. I'm not sure.
Here
My
we are too polite. We will let others step on us because we are too polite.
so
I'm not like that. I feel like I was born in the wrong country, but
hmm,
I know my fellow Canadian. If someone will try to steal them, like they will not only help them steal themselves, but like they will offer to steal their neighbor or something. That's how polite we are, but yeah, I'm glad to see you again, Olga. A long time no see. You're amazing, Olga. But anyhow, um, bruh, it's a shit place because of Trudeau. Uh, all of the wars, bro. But we don't really have a military, so we just waste our monies in wars. That's all we are.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
Trudeau keeps sending money to Ukraine. We just don't have soldier or anything. But they just like keep sending money there, and there's like a housing crisis, just like in the USA. But ours is
I
so
think just
much
to a
worse.
smaller degree. Like I don't know. Maybe it's the grass is always greener, but I think ours is so much worse and how much we're sending and how
Bro,
much we're trying to be like the world police. But maybe that's me. I have weird beliefs.
yep.
we want so much the immigrant that like we will give them house. We will treat the immigrant better than our born people, our native from Canada. Like they will come here, they will like have a welcome
Yeah, but
house
that's because you
and
guys are
like
polite and they're guests.
they will have like a welcome house. They will have like a job that is not minimum wage, and they won't even need to speak French or English. Like they can speak Spanish if they want. Who cares? We are in Canada. We like others more than ourselves. That's how welcoming we are. Like how many time in workplaces I've seen like janitors, and janitors usually they are well paid here in Canada because most of the janitors are like uh, agencies, and just to make sure they have the manpower, they will pay them more than minimum wage. So usually, like they will earn like between depending which agency, but they will earn between like 18 and like 22-ish dollar an hour, while the minimum wage is 15.
Dude, that's awesome. Okay, so I understand why you wouldn't like it, but we do the same thing. We just don't pay them well.
But we do pay them well, so it's great for them, right? It's great for them, but like it's so tempting that they come here and we are welcoming them, and that's fine. But what's really wrong is we have a housing crisis, but we pretend it's not there, and we just keep accepting more and more and more and more, and we already struggle so much. And it was crazy because there was a time, now there are more laws being in place because people went too far with it, but there were people that were buying houses here, but like they were not living there. They were just buying houses so they can rent it and make money out of it. But
Property's a
like,
good investment, man.
yeah, I know, but we have a housing crisis, so they were benefiting from that housing crisis without helping it because they would like be on the same price as the market. And instead of creating like buildings that are meant to solve the housing crisis, we let like new owner and like private people get these building up instead of like the government and such. And like I get like being liberal and letting people have their business and such is great, but now we are in a housing crisis. We have way too many people here, and we don't even try to freaking solve it. we don't freaking try. Again, we let ourselves get stepped on by everyone else, and a immigrant is better treated and better taken care of someone born here. That's how it is. Um, so yeah, it's a bit sad. I get it. Like, let's have all of the immigration we can, but let's try to at least solve that housing crisis, because nobody does a shit thing about it. Nobody.
I get what
That's
you're saying, but at least you guys get something from your government. We get practically nothing. We're having a housing crisis. We also have the immigration crisis, and we're going around provoking everyone. I don't know, man. The grass is always greener. You guys
yeah.
make more money, and you get like free healthcare, like that. Well, not free. You pay
Well,
for it, but you guys get healthcare. We don't even have that option. It just everything sucks down here. We have the worst of all worlds.
yeah, and there's a lot of preconceived idea about free healthcare and such. Uh, yes, but over the years, it has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And trust me, that free healthcare
Yeah,
is
I
paid in
corrected
our
myself.
tax.
I know you guys are taxed quite heavily. I do understand you're paying for it. Just between like insurance and
Yeah.
our actual taxing, we're paying close to the same amount and we get nothing. It's just I don't know, man. It
Well, we do
sucks.
have
I
more
hate the whole
tax
thing.
than
It's a
you
scam.
guys. We
For
we do
sure.
have more tax than you, and our currency is not as good as yours. On top of that,
It fluctuates, man. Like ours went way down and your guys's went up for quite a while. It was I reaped that benefit when I was living up there. It was like, oh, okay, wow, it switched. Well, damn, I thought I was gonna like be saving money by going up there, and I was totally wrong. So I don't know, man. It's gonna be cyclical. You guys will be back up there.
yeah.
You're one of the big ones.
But again, like our health system, it's one of the few strengths we do have here. But again, it's not all perfect, because the hospitals, man, they lack people in it. Like, we lack staff to respond to needs, because, like, let's be honest, people get sick, and if if we go at the hospital, it must be a really bad thing, because you can wait in the emergency room for 10 hours, 12 hours. I'm not joking. If it's not something serious, you can bring your camping bed or your sleeping bag in the emergency room of the hospital. I'm not joking, man. Like, they will treat the really bad injuries first, and it's normal, it's okay. But like, the line is so big, and they are understaffed, and they like it that way because it's more uh exclusive. Like, oh, the doctors, they have PhDs and stuff, like they are the cream of the crop, so it's okay if we don't have enough of them. They are cream of the crop. But their workload is just so high. And since we have a housing crisis, we also have immigration crisis. They don't really say it, but I do think it's an immigration crisis, because we are too welcoming. Again, it's okay to have immigration, but we get stepped on. We get stepped on, and that's where it's wrong. Anyhow, enough of that tangent. We are getting back at the video now, except if you guys would like to add more to this. I guess not. The video is loading.
Also, you guys have better maple syrup. That's all I'm
Future,
gonna say.
All this, I cannot argue with that. It's actually true. Yeah, you're right. I cannot. There's no counter argument to it. I'm defeated.
Look no further than Japan. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, 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 buy a new microphone, and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers?
And this is also part of the loneliness epidemic.
For sure. And that's why I think what you were saying, where it's not just men, it's like, she's mentioning I can do that. And it's like, I think that would affect women too. Obviously, it seems like it's the weird way that our society is going currently. It's really convenient, but there's a trade-off.
Yeah, I agree with everything she says. And again, I'm simping. She is such a great content creator. We need more of her out there.
Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, 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 Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5.
That sounds like a steal.
She just deleted me, man. I'm dead. I'm on the ground right now. Fact! She speaks the truth.
I thought
She
you
is
would need
the
like a
voice.
premium membership for that, but wow. Okay, fair enough. Convenience all around.
Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction, and hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend? Or
Hell yeah, we are effed. That's what she wanted to say. Do you want to add more?
No, it's gonna get so much worse. Like already, like that could meet a lot of your needs, but just imagine when it becomes more physical or tangible in the real world. Like, my God, this is gonna be so much worse. Now you're literally going to have a human-like object that you can get like that affection from. I don't know, man. Like, will that be the end of society? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but man, if you get the money, I go back at you randomly from the chat. If you got the money, come here in Canada. We like immigrants more than ourselves, and you will have like better health system. So come here. You're welcome to help contribute to the housing crisis.
we're so fucked. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and I mean, naturally we are pickier. We're the ones who carry the babies, at least for now. But on dating apps, you have to.
For now. Fact. At least for now.
Well, that might solve the baby problem in the future. I don't know. Maybe not.
So even admits that women, they are more picky. Again, not every woman is, but there's a tendency, there's a trend, there's something here, Again, not everyone is like that, but even her admits it, and she's a woman. She knows the deal. She has friends, I think.
It's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and
We need to go back a little bit. I really want to see the
women on
graph.
dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and I mean,
I suck with technology. That's
naturally,
why I keep
we are
pausing, because
pickier.
we will hit the right moment.
We're the ones who carry the babies, at least for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit it's.
There we go. Okay. How men rate women: 6% least attractive, 16 okay, 18 okay, 20 like their average, or like.
Yeah, but that's
right
on
down the middle.
okcupid.com. So this is a dating site, and it is one that there are less women than there are men, so they get to be way more discriminating. So I doubt that this would represent like the average person on the street. It's really like those people that have, their prime pick or whatever in this particular community. I don't know. It seems a little skewed. I could be wrong. I don't know if that's Sorry, I got stuck reading that comment and my mind trailed off. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if this represents like a good swath of society or just, the women who seem to have the pick of the litter, if you will. Like they've got their choice. They are a minority and they're the ones who get to select from a wide swath of people looking to get with them on these apps. Like, yeah, I think you could be way more discerning, but I don't know. In real life, so I'm not the most attractive person. In real life, I don't think I've been turned down for my looks before. It's generally kind of my approach,
Personality-wise.
I believe. Yeah, and I've been successful quite a bit, and I'm not super handsome. I'm definitely not in. I am nowhere near the top of the scale, if you will. I think I'd be towards the lower end, and I've definitely been way more overweight in my life, and I was still successful. So I don't know. I think on those apps I would do horrible. In real life, I do pretty well.
Yeah, maybe that's a factor, And again, even if it's OK Cupid, I will say every dating apps is the same. They just have a different skin. And it's coming from me. And I used 4 different dating apps. Badoo, Tinder, Bumble, Hinge. All the same crap. The only thing that really changed is like the skin, the colors, and the number of likes. I think Hinge was like you have 10 free likes or 12 free likes. Bumble was basically almost the same thing, and then you got Tinder and Badoo that was like 50 likes that are free each day, and then you need to pay up. And even when you pay up, it doesn't guarantee you a day match because they want you to waste your money into this shit. So yeah, I do think it reflects probably every other platform with maybe like a slightly higher or lower percent on every tier on both pages. And like I will also admit I did like when I used to use these apps, sometimes I was liking girls like considered below average because I was like, you know what? Like, except if your description turned me off, I will give you a shot. And if your description turned me off, I'm out. But that was like really the description that was the biggest deterrent for me liking someone. Um, so I don't know what he refers to that. Shu doesn't do the work breaking down this info. Others YouTuber do a better job. Oh,
Fair
okay.
enough.
Yeah,
It's not her main point on this, but
yeah,
she did just kind of like flash the graphic and say like, dating apps, and then kind of went on.
yeah.
Fair point. She didn't dive into it and like explain this or anything like that. We did have to kind of bring it up and look what it was, what it actually said. Fair enough. Good point.
Yeah, good point. So again, me when I was choosing and picking, that was like the description that was a seller, and I think my description was kind of good on my end. So if people were really picking on description, I think there's a high chance I would have gotten more match. I'm not perfect, I know it, but I had a good description. So yeah. Anyhow, I guess we can play now.
It's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too. According to Vox, Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s.
I will be honest. If we just speak about real life, I never really hit that 6 mark. And I will ask you, Gray, in real life, just real life, not like virtual and such, because virtual it's a bit different, but just real life. Did you ever hit the 6 people mark?
Yeah, there's definitely been times that it's been less. I'm sorry, my dog decided to bark again. There's definitely been times in my life where it's been less, but the thing that really kind of helped is finding like-minded people, so people who are like into the same hobby. The bands really did help. For a while, I was in like a couple different bands with all different members. So I don't know, just between the bands, there was over like 6 actual close friends, and it's like, we'd go on the road together. We would actually, have a shared goal, have a shared, uh, whatever you want to call that, passion. It helped. We would definitely talk about real life. One of the dudes had us all at his wedding. And like, some of them were best men, but we were all like groomsmen or whatever. Yeah, I would say I've definitely at times had 6 close friends, but and in high school I definitely had like 6 close friends, but the second it ended, it's not like we all still hung out or anything like that. And then when I went up to Canada for college, basically no friends at all at that time. And I think my core group that I had up there was probably like 4 people, so it probably wasn't even 6. But I had, like acquaintances and friendly people that I was around, but close friends probably like 4 when I was in Canada. So I don't know. It's really changed throughout the years. And then, like when those bands break up, it's a couple of friends like remain, but sometimes you drift away from people that you were just so close to. So I don't know. There's been ebbs and flows, but I know it's not uncommon. She didn't pull that stat out of nowhere. Sadly, currently, I don't know. I don't think I like actively get together multiple times a year with 6 different people IRL right now. It's probably closer to like 3. So I don't know. That is kind of sad. I didn't think about it, but yeah, technically, I don't think I'm super close to more people IRL than that right now.
Feeling you, man. What about you, DC? Do you hit that 6 friends in real life, Mark?
No, no. Nowadays, I just hit like 1. This is due to the fact back in the past when I had a lot more friends than before, like way more. Yeah, that's kind of what happened, and yeah, that's sort of what happened, but and all that, but yeah.
I
And
feel you, man.
yeah, that's yep. Anyways, continue.
In my end, that's also similar. Elementary school, I had like 4. High school, it dropped to 3, and they were different. And my 3 friends, well, actually, one has never really changed since then, and it's Overlord. Guys, I've met him on REDBLUE podcast. He's like my childhood friend.
That too.
He's like my older brother at some extent, even if I'm the more mature one. Anyhow, he has always been around, and as of today, the 2 other friends I do have in real life are people I met at workplaces. That's the most fascinating thing. I'm much closer from these 2 than the ones I had in high school or elementary school. And it's the most fascinating one. And I never really had that many friends. I always had a small circle, I think, and it's relatable. I think it's something that is very common. So I guess we can play now.
And 5 men say they have no close friendships. Looking at all these statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so differently. I believe that every man is born without any value at all. I think that the world's never...
Everyone is born with value, but I get the sense of it. I don't like Tate at all.
I hate him too, and I think it's sad that like there is this need that he actually fills this void because there isn't this kind of male positivity. I wouldn't say what he's doing is necessarily positive, but there's a lot of people who have been kind of susceptible to his message. It is It is kind of sad. I wish there was kind of a more positive way that people could get that kind of affirmation, and they wouldn't have to go through someone like Tate to get it. I messed up there, but it works. Tate. Yeah. I don't know. Do you see why people would kind of flock to a Tate-like figure or like his message?
Yeah, because he pretends he empowers you. He's like, oh, look, you can do this if I did it. I think that's the gist of what he's doing, and that's the gist of a lot of red pillars. And they're like, you, because you're watching me, you can do this as well. It's like, I guess that creates some kind of uplifting. Some people are like, oh, I will just follow his advice and I will become like him. That's the appeal of it. Like, they like, I'm sure a big portion of his followers and such, it's sad to say, but guys are losers. And you're following to a bigger loser because that bigger loser doesn't know he's a loser. He thinks he's a winner or something. But you're feeding into what he's telling you and such. So yeah, he is the worst of the worst, I think. Especially with like all of the things that were told about him, and everything I heard from him is also kind of degrading and kind of bad. Like, yeah, I don't like the figure, but I can see why. Like, people are craving for example, and when they have that figure that brings money, that figure that has everything they want, they will lash on to that figure because that's their hope. It's like the representation of their hope of what they could be. Yeah, exactly, Olga. You have better word than myself. That, you know what could be fun? Eventually, that could be fun having you over. Eventually on a Discord call or something, because I know you from a lot of past streams, and you always have interesting opinion on stuff. So yeah, okay. Do you want to add more? Does my answer responded well to what you asked, Gary?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I wish there was a more positive example that could kind of give that affirmation to men. But yeah, everything that you were saying made sense to me.
Yeah, and again, I think Tate is scamming his own fans. That's damn right. So yeah, let's play this out.
Never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out.
Okay, political identities of 12th grade boys, person identifying as liberal conservative. But that's surprising. There's a peak of conservative ones. That's weird.
Yeah, for every reaction, there is kind of an opposite. For every action, there is kind of an opposite reaction. It does seem kind of cyclical. It does seem like it might be. But I don't know. I don't know exactly where this poll is from or what its like group is number. I don't know. But that is interesting. I wouldn't be surprised by it just based on the fact that it generally does seem to swing one way or the other.
It's surprising because we know very well a crowd that says, "Oh, the conservative are losing the war and such," but apparently not. At the moment, they are kind of winning in terms of numbers, raw numbers. Yeah, that's a very interesting graphic there.
About how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdem, leftist, whatever you want to call the space online, performs the same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate.
Why? Why do
Can't
you
we
need
just
to
get
push
one
people?
that's not like criminal? Just a positive. Like, I don't care like where they're at politically. Just like, empower men. Like, okay, I don't see an
Yeah,
issue with that. Like, if that AI Batman, that seemed awesome. Like, let's
hell
just go
yeah.
AI Batman.
Hell yeah, I'm with you. Let's make a petition. Let's make Batman the new symbol.
He rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months
I like her statement there.
Fair
She is
enough. It
just
is quite
amazing.
cheeky.
She is smart.
ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues, and the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean.
In front of that statement, it's weird because we talk about men stuff and their issues and they are important, and I feel like the girl is like, oh, but women also have their own issues, but now we are talking about men. Can we just focus on men? Do you know where I'm getting at with this?
Yeah, it does seem like we have kind of an issue doing that. And, part of that is we do have an issue talking about men's feelings, or men specifically talking about their feelings. It does seem to be kind of mocking at that point. So I don't know. It is interesting.
It's like you look, oh, look, men have issues, but women also do. It's like, no, it's okay to talk about women when you talk about women, but if you talk about men, focus on them.
Yeah, there is kind of the age-old meme of like men are having a unaliving crisis, women most affected. It's like, wait, but I don't know. Like,
I don't see it how
yeah,
they're the most affected if they are the men self-deleting people. I don't know. It's like,
yeah. I mean, I get it. It would be cool if we could focus on one thing, but everyone's kind of got their own issues. So I could understand how they would want to relate it back to themselves.
Fair point.
I don't know. I think part of that is that societal thing where, we're not comfortable with men talking about their issues. Somehow we shouldn't do that.
and we got these stupid fucks saying, oh, it's just justice because women were like that before. And you're like, bro, I'm a like still a gun that I hardly get in Canada, and I will shoot you with it. I don't care if I do 25 to life, but I don't give a crap, man. It's like
Well,
two wrongs
that's
doesn't make
hardcore
it
multi.
right. I know that's hardcore, but that's how I feel, man. It's like stop hating mans. Like my man, I will share a bit without sharing too much, but my brother, my half brother, he is in pain. My mother sees it, I see it, and we feel so powerless. We try our best. It's really painful. And the worst in that, he is away from the internet because he is in a very weird spot right now where he is like in a youth center. So, like, he doesn't have the same kind of access to internet as other people, and I feel like it's the only good thing about that youth center right now, because I can bet if he was witnessing all that hate toward men, he would probably hate himself even more than he already does, because everyone hates men out there. I exaggerate, but that's you do you get my point, Dre?
Yeah, I definitely get what you're saying. Yeah, no, you made sense.
He is not well, but because he is a man, it's fine by society standards, because women had it so hard for years. So it's a blessing. The The fact that he doesn't access internet as much as others of his age is a blessing. And I had really hard years in my teenager years. My life was a mess. It was disgusting. It was really hard. I got lucky going through all of that, but I feel like watching my half brother, he added worst. He added worst. And if we don't do something about that, I don't know if it will get better on that aspect. I just don't see it. So when we make that stream here, I think of my half brother and I'm like, we need to do something for the young boys because we don't want to raise broken child, because the broken child will eventually become an adult, and a broken adult is always more challenging to fix than a broken child. And most of the time it's always the same route, it's always the same start. Things only go in a downward spiral, and it's sad. So that's why I feel so sad when I hear people dismissing men's pain. They are dismissing my half brother's struggle right now, and this hits me at my core. And I say, like, in the intro when we talked all we were, I said I was great because I was really thinking about myself and how my current situation is. And I was feeling good, but somewhere in my mind, there's always that thought about my half brother, how his struggles are really sad to witness. And that adds some weight, but I tend to really think, you know what? It's in my mind. If I can do something, I will do it. Otherwise, I need to think and focus on what matters in the moment to make me feel better, because if I'm not in my best shape, if I'm not my best self, I cannot help someone else. You need to help yourself before trying to help others. And that's why even if I have stuff in my mind, I won't let it overwhelm me. Am I crazy? Am I too messy on what I try to express?
Nope, you're not.
Yeah,
Okay.
makes sense to me.
This is a good sign. But yeah, it's sad, and I think it's male loneliness as a thing will probably come back eventually in the future, maybe a season 3 or 4 thing. But I think it's important to talk about it. And it's loading.
That we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted
And horse enthusiast.
The horse enthusiast. But she brought Jordan Peterson. So I don't really get why the left hates him so much, because I feel like
it was
someone
the whole, what was it, Bill C-16 thing where he was perceived as anti-trans. So it's just kind of anything he says after that. It seems to be, from my experience in it, why he's just like, no, I'm not even going to listen to him. But I could be wrong.
And I feel like I asked each time he's brought up, I asked the same question because I forgot the answer, because I think it's just weird and off-putting, like we place so much hate on some figures and we never know why. And it's fascinating because Andrew Tate, we just mentioned him, we all know the disdain and why we all hate him. But Jordan Peterson, you're like, why? So there's these two extremes where you're wondering, and the other extreme, you're like, oh, it's obvious. Like, it jumped my eyes. And the fact that we compare Jordan Peterson to Andrew Tate feels so insulting for Jordan Peterson, because he's nowhere near as bad
For sure, he's not telling people to commit crimes, where that seems to be Andrew Tate's entire like business model and what he tells people to do. Yeah, I think they're in two different ballparks. I can understand why people don't agree with Jordan Peterson, but to be honest, his rules for life are pretty tame. Like, there's not much in there that I would disagree with or anything like that.
Yeah. Anything else to add, DC?
Not for me.
Really, really important to address. He writes, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal.
So I will say this. I feel like the right, it has some values that could talk to younger people. I'm not saying that the left has no value whatsoever, but I feel like the right, the value it has to offer are just more obvious. It's just more clear what they want to give you, I think. But when it comes to the left, it's like the system is rigged, let's tear it apart. It's not really about building something better, it's about destroying what's wrong. Am I like crazy on that one, Gray? You guys are like more political here in the US and Canada. So what's your take on that? Like, why would the right be more tempting than the left?
I think the left does kind of have more of a feminist slant. There does seem to be the what do they call it? The progressive stack or whatever. So, men should be the last ones to talk because they have the most privilege. They don't seem to be shaping any sort of message towards them where, I don't know. I think the right here is kind of seen as generally a male forward thing. So it just seems a lot more welcoming, but I don't know. I think it's definitely a mistake to not try and get like the widest possible audience, but that's just me.
Yep.
I think you hit it at the right place. I think one of the reasons why we don't really gravitate toward the left, it's because the left hates half of the people. Maybe it's too far, maybe I'm too harsh, but that's the gist I'm getting from it. Because you make a good point about feminists and such.
And I mean, I don't know that they're all feminine. It just seems like that's kind of the messaging. Like, and then to kind of answer Elga's, or to go off of his comment that Peterson used to help people before, but now he's too political. I know a lot of people definitely view it that way. Working at the Daily Wire or signing up there and having a show on there definitely isn't helping when they're kind of like the leading right wing, whatever, non-Fox News publication or whatever the hell you want to call that. Yeah, that would definitely alienate a whole bunch of people just for doing anything on that network. But he went through a bunch of kind of personal tragedy. His wife almost died. She had a near-death experience and became a lot more religious. And I think she kind of dragged him into that whole experience. It was a very tragic experience, and they're both told that she was going to die. But she lived, and that has made her much more spiritual or devout in her faith, if you will. So I think that's why he was more comfortable going to that side, where before he would kind of give answers like, I live as if I believe, but I'm not going to say that I believe. Now he does say that he believes and everything. So I think that also alienates some. There are some people that anytime you bring up religion, it would definitely alienate them. And then that kind of fits in line with the Daily Wire as well. So I don't know. There's a number of reasons why people definitely don't view him the same way, but some people wrote him off from the beginning just because of where he kind of grew fame out of that C16 thing.
And I was thinking a lot as you were talking, and I have another thing to say about maybe people are not really responsive to the left. And I won't throw arrows, I will just mention stuff. Like, we tried to make a culture war stream. Right leaning people were willing to come here. Nobody came in the end, but they were willing to come. I had numerous messages from right leaning people or centrists. And when I was asking to the leftist, they were closed off. They didn't want to say that. They didn't want to join the stream because they were all scared. They were like, oh, it will be messy, it will be bad. Like, they all found excuses, and they felt close minded. And I feel like I didn't get that kind of vibe from the people on the right. The people on the right felt more welcoming at the idea of having a talk, a discussion, and the sole fact that it was a culture war. When you were asking to the leftists, they were like, oh, it will be a debate, it will be a war, it will be messy, it will be bad. So by having the hostile reaction the left had toward that stream we were supposed to do, it's just telling. It's telling. I'm sorry, but as much as right-leaning people can do atrocity in real life, at least they are willing to come and talk. Maybe I'm too harsh. I don't want to attack anybody.
It could be our net was a little too close or whatever, that we didn't cast a wide enough net to catch the willing, but you're right. In our limited experience, that's how it kind of shook down. Everyone I asked as well, nobody on the left was willing to come up. I don't know. It is interesting. And then Elga has another comment that economic left is not the same as social liberal. Totally. Yes. I think it's really horrible that we kind of make that conflation, at least in U.S. politics, with liberal meaning left, where they don't seem to have actual liberal ideas. I wish we used more precise language.
And I feel like I always bring them up, but they are part of that discussion when we speak about the right and the left, so I will bring them up again. Like, as much as the anti-woke crowd is toxic, the left-leaning people are also toxic. Like, the right, their point is to diminish minorities and diversity, and that's wrong. Don't do that. But they, like, their goal is to attack that, right? But they will also kind of cover not necessarily stuff they like, but they will say what they would like to have and such. Like, the way they approach stuff is like, we ate this shit because it's woke, and we like other stuff because it's not woke, by following our standard. Like, their focus is really the culture war as well, but like, they come, like, they use media as that thing they would like to see improved based on their criteria and what they think should be improved on. And if you look at the left, most of the time, most of their streams or videos, it's reactionary. They go after the right, and it's okay, you know. They are toxic, the right. So I get why you're doing it, but you seem and you sound hostile, as you sound and seem a bit more hostile than the right. Now, I know the right is also hostile in their own way, because they attack, they make incentive, and they convince people to bully, and like, they are in that circle where they both feed into violence, and they both are hostile, right? But I feel like they have different kind of hostility. Like, the left, they just don't like the fact that they can have an opposition to their ideas, while the right, they are opposed that the politics could get into their media they like. Do you know what I mean, Gray? Like, their goals are a bit different based on my analysis on what's going on. Do you know where I'm getting at, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, there are definitely opposing goals for sure. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say. Yeah, I don't have like a huge opposition to it or anything like that. Yeah, I think you made sense.
It's like they are both hostile, right? But I feel like the right is more hidden and it's as bad as the left, right?
Oh, I think both
But
sides are bad. Yeah.
the left is so hostile. Like, just try, like, even if you're watching one of the stream, try to say something that is not harmful or anything. Like, try to have a discussion with them. If they disagree, they will delete your comment, they will suppress your voice, and that's the truth. That's an experience. As a viewer, you need to agree with them, otherwise you're not allowed on their chats. And that's why most of the time their chats is heavily regulated. And I think it's fine having regulation over chats, right? That's your platform, that's what you want on your platform. But um it just shows how sensitive you are to other people and how you reject any opposition. Like, you feel like you're only the only one that can be right. And again, I'm not saying the right is better than the left. I will never say that, because I know how harmful the right can be. But like, when you go on a right leaning person stream and you comment and like you show you disagree with them, they won't necessarily ban you or remove your comment.
I
They'll
don't
just
know,
listen to
man.
you.
Yeah, so definitely in certain circles, but it's like, I don't know. Destiny definitely identifies as someone on the left. He goes by the omniliberal on Twitter, but that dude is down to debate anybody on any time at like the drop of a hat. Dude will debate anything. He isn't. I think his comments are heavily moderated in that, like, there's a lot of people that come in there to troll them, but he's not just deleting negative comments or anything like that. Um, I've been in a few online debates with like leftists. There are definitely some that are willing to, but it doesn't seem like it's necessarily like the trope or whatever. But I don't know. There's some on the right that are very sensitive. I know I've had comments that were moderated and deleted off. That was just opposition on a
Oh, that's
couple of pretty
surprising.
big
From
channels.
from the right?
Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a few. Yes, you're back, sir.
All right.
Welcome.
I'm surprised, Gray. So maybe I was wrong on that statement, but again, I think both sides are very hostile, and I just think one is on your fight, it's on your face hostile, while the other is more hidden and I think they're both really bad. That's why I kind of disconnected from both sides. But yeah, I guess that closes up that part. So I
Uh,
think that's why the
yeah.
left fell the man. What
Uh,
did you wanted to say, DC?
Multi, can you try and kick me out because my mute isn't there.
Oh,
And
you
he has
lied
been
down.
forever kicked. Sad. Uh, yeah. Sorry. If you want to keep going, I'm down to keep going. Oh, I guess DC's back.
All right. Yeah.
Is it working now?
Yep. Much better. Yep. Working.
Perfect.
Nice.
So I think that closed off the like. Did the left fail the man? I think they did by being so hostile toward men. Like,
It's not like men are just like excelling on the right either. Like, I think society has kind of failed men. We're definitely putting more of a female forward thing, but I don't know that that's just on the left. I don't know.
yeah,
It's not like everyone is just like excelling and doing great on the right.
yeah.
Normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who. Oh no, poor widow men having.
Just imagine flipping the script. Some men coming into a woman's issue stuff and sharing their like that kind of stuff. It's just broken, and I don't know why I did that, but I muted this shit. I don't know why. But just imagine
about it. Boo.
just imagine guys coming into women's comment section like that.
I'm sure it happens, man. There's a lot of trolls out there, and that sucks. Like, women do definitely get harassed as well, but that does suck. I don't think it'd be as socially acceptable. I don't think, a bunch of people would be hurrahing it or being happy about it.
Yeah. Do you want to add more, DC?
Not for me.
Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who? Oh no, poor widow men having problems. Boo f***ing who? Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now?
Yes. There's no compassion whatsoever. And this is why I'm so glad my half brother doesn't access internet anymore. Any thoughts on that, guys?
Not for me.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't know what you want to call it. The unawareness of that actual comment that's on the screen right now. I don't know. It's rather comical. I wonder if some of these are real or just trolls.
Yeah, that's the internet for you.
Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the up.
That goes back to what you said. Oh, we are not really sensitive to this. We are not sensitive to the guy's feeling because society is not wired this way. Any thoughts on that, Gray?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a societal problem. It definitely wouldn't be socially acceptable to do it in reverse, but I'm sure it happens by trolls, but I just don't see like a whole bunch of people dogpiling, but maybe I'm just not aware of it.
Okay, DC, any thoughts?
I agree with Gray.
So before we play the video, there's a comment from Olga. Are you guys more conservative or libertarian? Gray, I think I already know your answer, but Olga doesn't because he asked. So what's your answer, Gray?
Fair enough. I would definitely be more libertarian, but I hate the actual party. They just seem to run the dumbest people. So I don't know. I've never identified with the party, but the actual beliefs, yeah, I would fit way more into libertarian camp. But I don't know. I identify as unaffiliated, but that's just kind of me.
What about you, DC?
I'm more in the middle. But yeah, more in the
Another
middle.
way of what Gray was trying to say, but like he was more apolitical, if we can call it that way. Like,
Yeah.
not associated with any party, but that's very similar.
Yeah.
So I will sound like a broken record because I will kind of echo a bit of both. I do think when it comes to like relationship and such, I'm someone conservative when it comes to like I like monogamy, and I don't really like the new trends of like polyamorous BS. I truly hate this shit. I don't like.
Are you against others being able to do that though? Like, I understand like you have a personal preference, but do you think like others shouldn't do that?
They can do whatever they want.
Okay, that's kind of
but-
my view on it. Like, personally, I wouldn't do that, but hey, if you're adults, go right ahead, do whatever the hell you want to do.
Yeah, so that's why I let people be people, do whatever you want. But me personally, I feel like on a relationship status, I want monogamy, but am I really that conservative? Because I'm not like a trad man. Like I'm not a provider. Like I don't make minimum wage. I make more than this, but I'm not making six figures, and I don't try to because I think it's important
Yes.
to
Yes.
like
One
what you're
day.
doing. I think it's important to like what you're doing, and six figures maybe it looks cool on paper, but is it really something that interests me? I don't know. Um, but the other thing is, I feel like I'm on a really weird place where we mentioned the housing crisis. I feel like in this aspect, the government should step in and help out instead of just letting all of the owner make more profit and more money. Like they already have a bunch of money. Like just help the people that struggle to find a damn decent room. Like just having a single room, not even an apartment, just a room is so challenging. It's a nightmare. I've seen so many posts of people I know, or like people I'm aware they exist, and I'm damn lucky that I inherited a condo, well, inherited, not exactly, but I was given a condo. I'm so damn lucky because otherwise I would most likely have like two or three roommates, and maybe I wouldn't be able to do the podcast I'm doing right now because that wouldn't be my house necessarily. I wouldn't have the safety I do have right now, but I'm aware that so many people don't have my chance and they struggle with housing. So I feel like if you're a libertarian, you don't really care about other people. You only care about like the business. Like the housing crisis wouldn't be really a crisis for the libertarian because they're like, oh, there are people making money out of it, so that's fine. I don't see it as fine.
So
that's
it depends on which brand you're going to do, but you can even have socialist libertarian leanings, but
yeah, I
generally
think that would be me.
it's the principle of harm, and by doing like shady business with others, you'd be committing harm. So that would be anti-libertarian. It wouldn't be you just give up on it. First off, it would be against most forms of libertarianism, as I understand it. So I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a caricature of like anything goes. It's like, no, still, you're not supposed to aggress against somebody else. That would be aggressing. That would be committing a harm. So that wouldn't be within that ideology, from what I understand.
And again, I'm all in for people having business. It's great. Like I will support the business. That's why people in our circle, I when they have the membership stuff, I always subscribe to at least one of the tiers they offer, because I'm like, there are people in our circle, I consider them my friend, my virtual friends, or the people I do care about on the internet. So you know what, they have a small business, let's support the best I can that small business, and because our circle is big, uh, I will give what I can give, because I have other like essential stuff to pay for. But it's always very fun to like support these small businesses. I'm all in, man. Like if I'm about to support like, I don't know, a video game company by purchasing their game, why shouldn't I also support that little guy on the internet with whom I did collabs with? That's my thought process. Like, I value people being able to make money. Like, I feel like communism is kind of rigged and broken. Like, I feel like money should be like earned if you work to earn it. I think that's very important. But the downside is people should be able to just more than just survive. So I'm not necessarily a socialist, but I'm not someone that will be like all in for like, oh, it's all about money, money, money. So it's I'm a complicated guy. I'd say just because of I have ideas
Would you say
everywhere.
you're multifaceted?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm multifaceted. Hell yeah, well said, Jay. Like, nice pun. I'd say I'm a centrist, even if people don't like it. Like, I have lots of left leaning. I'm glad to know that there's more equal rights in the North America, at least, and Europe as well, because that means my half sisters, both of my half sisters, I don't speak that much about her because I feel like they are both um in a better place than my half brothers. So I feel like I don't need to mention them as much, but they have all of the chances they can get. Um and I'm glad they have all of the opportunity men have. I'm glad they don't need to marry someone to have their own bank account and such. I'm glad they can actually all earn their boyfriend if they end up all earning them, you know? So that's my more feminist way, you know? I think I'm someone that likes how feminist started. I don't like how it turned and how it is now, but I do value it in other countries where it's not equal rights yet. And I like when I hear someone from some of the countries in Africa telling me, "Oh yeah, a woman's place is in the kitchen," I feel insulted. I disagree. My mother doesn't know how to cook. My grandmother on my father's side doesn't know how to cook. But my grandmother on my mother's side do know how to cook. I don't know how it didn't pass down to my mother, but anyhow, I know as many women that knows how to cook as women that don't, and it's fine. I don't know how to cook, so why should I expect someone to know how to cook?
Dude, you should learn how to cook. It's awesome. It's a skill. You'll enjoy it. Cooking is awesome.
I make really basic stuff. The true things with me, I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Like cans, I have so many cans. I just open the can, put on the microwave, and that's my meal.
Yeah, you should do yourself a favor and learn to cook. It's so much more pleasant and enjoyable.
My lunch is basically 2 slices of bread and like meat, and that's it. Like no ketchup, no
So
mustard,
like a
nothing. Just
sandwich.
like, yeah, it's a sandwich, but like no condiment whatsoever. It's just like meat, bread. That's it. My breakfast is like I forgot the name each time. Oatmeal bars. It's like cereal but in a bar. You know. I forgot. What's the name.
Nice, kind of like a granola thing or whatever.
Granola thing. Yeah, exactly. That's my breakfast. You know. So I don't cook. Like I eat, but I don't cook. But yeah. I'm all over the place with that, but I have ideas leaning in every ways everywhere. I can see the bigger picture, I think. Now next topic, next comment. You guys are hiding your socialist power levels.
If so, I'm hiding it even from
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah, we all know multi hides his, but yeah.
I don't. What guys are talking about? I don't know. I don't hide it. Free housing for people.
Multi's arch enemy has come back.
Why are we trying to win these entitled little predators over? The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging, it's them.
And this is part of the issue of the male loneliness. That kind of stupid brain dead comment that should be satire, I hope so, but knowing the internet, maybe it's not, and the person truly believes this shit. Any thoughts on that, DC or Gray?
I hope it's a joke. I hope it's just a troll thing, but I don't know.
Same.
It's literally not our problem. We don't need to appeal to himself.
Wow.
That's another comment. I'm like, I don't know if it's satire or if that's the point we are in right now in society. You don't know what to believe. Like, there's a lot of trolls out there, but you also know that some people are so brain rot that they will believe that kind of shit. That's society, guys. I'm glad my half brother doesn't watch internet.
Yeah.
It's literally not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before and not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, losers.
Well, we speak about misogynist people. What about misandry? It's very present on TikTok. Like,
Based.
yeah.
No, that's acceptable. It's just fine as long as it's reversed. Yeah, it sucks. I wish it was kind of more of a principled stance that it's like, hey, this sexism thing, no matter which way it's going, it's pretty shitty. But fair enough. I guess some people enjoy it and they feel a certain freedom with it. So I don't know. I do get the argument that it used to be the other way and it's kind of swung this way. I kind of get that. I still don't think that excuses bad behavior.
Again, I will repeat my motto: 2 wrongs doesn't make it right.
90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah, 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should have just let me cook back then. Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem.
Okay, this is actually satire. I don't believe this one is really like believing this shit. Any thoughts on that, Gray or DC?
I hope so. Otherwise, my God, this person is so unaware. But okay, fair enough.
Otherwise, that person has like self-hatred on so many levels.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is how society turns, man. What do you want to say, DC?
I was actually gonna say I'm gonna have to leave a little early than normal, so yeah, I apologize
Right now?
for that.
Or
I
still a
guess
few minutes?
now. I guess
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Well, what do you have going on
Always good
your
talking
end
to you,
of
man.
the internet, DC?
Always great talking to you, Sam, as well, Gray. We may have a rivalry, but it is great talking to you.
Yeah, my arch enemy. I forgot. Yes.
Yeah. Overall, I should have 2 videos coming out tomorrow and Friday. They're pretty much the same Marvel's DC songs. So, but yeah, that's all I have. Saturday and Sunday, I hope to at least record something new. But yeah, I don't know what I plan to record, but I at least hope that I can record something. But yeah.
Well, you're amazing as usual. Thank you very much for coming here, and I like talking to you every week. Again, like both podcasts we are doing weekly are like therapy, man. They are so fun. I
Yep.
like it. Thank you, DC, for being part of the adventure. And have a great night and take care. We will talk later.
Same with you. Bye.
So it's just you and I, agree.
All right, let's speed run this as a duo. We got this.
Hell yeah.
I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're really helping the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need...
That's true. Like, the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. It's like, hate yourself and you'll feel better. I heard that kind of shit, bro. It's like, no. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to think what the message towards men from like the right is. I guess the one that I keep hearing is like, college sucks, it's not for you, instead go into a trade, which fair enough. That wouldn't be bad. You would have a skill and you'd be able to take that and be in high demand. That wouldn't be a bad thing, but I don't know if that would necessarily give someone purpose. I still wish it would kind of be a message of self-improvement, which I'm not seeing really come from either political side, but maybe I'm missing it.
Agreed with you.
Need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community. I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard. Is brain dead advice? Brain dead advice like get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression like,
kids, don't be racist.
I mean, it's a good point.
Guys, don't be racist. Like,
You
I'm
might have more
dying.
friends.
I have holes in my body because you shot me. I'm bleeding out, but like you'll tell me don't be racist. It's like, bruh, I'm dying. Help me out, please. Instead of like preaching me or like preaching at me, I don't know, like pandering or I don't know what would be the exact word. Like,
Yeah, I think preaching would work pretty well. But yeah, I mean, basically just, telling you, don't do this thing. Thanks. Fair enough.
that really helps. You really stopped bleeding by telling me to not be racist.
incredible. Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist.
Actually, this is one of the few decent comment out there, and maybe this is why
Huh.
she picked it. What did you think of that comment, Gray?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a cynic, but I'm not sure how much of the world we can actually save. Like, of course, do everything we can to set it in the correct direction, but I don't know, the hubris to think that like in our lifetime we could save the planet. I'm not sure about that. We could be on a direction that could be much better. And then just the blanket, don't say that, it's racist. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, like I could see that used correctly. I could see it used very incorrectly, where like I don't necessarily agree with this whole appropriation thing. Like, you have to leave certain garments for a particular culture or it's racist. I know that's not specifically words that they're saying, but to just use that as like a blanket example, I get what they're saying. Like, hey, don't be a racist. Like, cool. That seems like an easy rule and a good rule for most people to follow. But sadly, it's not like a logical position that most people go into. It's kind of like a fear-based thing based off of generally experiences or misinformation. Like, I don't know that you could necessarily tell someone stop doing that and they'd be like, okay. Like the problem is definitely bigger than that. So I don't know. It seems a bit naive to me, but yeah, I don't hate that one. It's not the same as like boo-hoo or whatever. It at least sounds like they're trying to engage with it. Sorry about the dog.
All good. I like your dog. His cameo is amazing.
I'm not liking him at the moment. Mainly the barking thing, but yeah.
I guess now we can play.
Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit. Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete. Most women can.
And this is part of the freaking reason there's male loneliness. Oh, we don't need men anymore. Let's trash them, and they're just like sperm. Thoughts on that, Dre?
I don't know. I'm wondering if this is again like a troll. Like, she at least left the dude's picture in there. I'm guessing because that is kind of who you'd assume that this message would kind of come from, but yeah, most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around. And I don't blame any woman for saying no thanks. I don't know that the loneliness is only talking about being around women. That is weird that they're just bringing this into like some guy saying like, hey, I feel really depressed, really alone. Oh, really? You think that women owe you their time? No, I was just trying to say like I'm really lonely right now. It seems weird. I hope this guy is trolling, but I don't think he is. And then the whole most of us are horrid to be around. I don't know. It's
I
awesome.
think he has self-hatred. That's
yeah,
self-hatred.
Most guys that I've hung out with, they're awesome to hang out with, you know, like guys are pretty awesome. I could understand where it might not be like the most inviting environment for a woman to want to hang out in, but I don't know. That's weird that this guy seems the majority of men. Most of us are horrid to be around. That's sad. I feel bad for the experiences this dude has. I wish he'd kind of explained it a little bit more. I know he's confined to the text, but damn, that sucks for him. I think that's a horrible experience, and I think most people would say, like, I'd be extremely sexist to say, like, most women are horrid to be around. It's like, wow, this dude just hates women. Like, why is he saying that? I don't know. I'm wondering what his experience was, but yeah, it does seem very self-hating, like you were saying.
That's misandry, and it reminds me of a guy I actually asked if he wanted to be part of that culture war because I knew he was a leftist, and that reminds one of these posts on Facebook was like, it was I forgot exactly the context in the post, but it was sounding like he was preaching and saying that because we mistreated women for so long, it's fine if we mistreat men, and it's also fine that men actually loses some rights because like women didn't add all of the same rights before, so it's fine if we go further in that direction where we take away rights from men. And when I've seen that post, I was baffled. I was like, is it really real? So I commented, I forgot what I commented to it, but then he replied, and he's saying, that's why I'm radical, always further and beyond. So he really believed that men should lose rights.
That's just, I don't know. I understand that point of view, but I think it's so foolish. Like, it's weird to choose some arbitrary time and say, like, okay, from this point on, this group had this happen to them, so now they got to do the reverse of it, as opposed to just having a principled stance of, hey, when we treated people less than or not equal, that was wrong. Let's not do that. Let's continue to do that, but reverse it. Like, I don't know. I understand where they're coming from. I just hate that version of justice. I don't think like we are responsible for our father's sins, so to speak. I don't think that, you can steal from me because someone previously in my whatever bloodline stole from somebody else. I don't know. I think instead a much easier thing to do and a more principled thing would be to just say, this is wrong behavior. This shouldn't happen. I don't know. It's kind of sad for this guy and for the guy that you were talking about.
And yeah, so when I was reading that and baffled by it, I was like, I don't care about myself. I care about my half brother. Like freedom. Like, how would I feel if I feel like now society goes against him even more than it already did? Like, that's messed up, man. It's like deleting something in the egg, It's like not even giving a chance to blossom to some kind of flower that should blossom eventually, It's awful. And to think that some people genuinely believe that making a new wrong would make it right is sad. Do I sound crazy there?
No, I think we're echoing much of the same thing. I like the way you put it, though. It makes sense to me. It just kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say I pity this guy, but it's just, I don't know. It makes me kind of sad that that's the way him and the guy that you're talking about kind of view it.
Yeah. So I guess now we can play.
Find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks. Oh my god, dude, this is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me, just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better, I promise.
Oh my. Go to one of these websites with illicit image. And apparently now they want to regulate them, and now they want to like force identity checks so people are really 18 and above. It's like, okay, I get what you're trying to do, and it's really bad that teen would access it, but they will find ways, you know? Like, and yeah, they will find ways. I'm telling you. But yeah, bedroom fun doesn't solve stuff. You need to get your shit together to feel better. Any thoughts on that, Dre?
No, I don't know. It's going to be a really horrible future once there is like the whole AI girlfriend and then, you know, robots or whatever. I don't know. I guess that'll be the answer, but yeah, I don't know. Perhaps this person has a different experience, but it doesn't exactly make you less lonely. I would say people are, you know, longing for some type of actual like companionship, for some sort of intimacy, not just a feeling of, you know, pleasure, and that's it. If that's all they're longing for, you know, they're living a really cush life.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's sad to think that, oh, some people are that simplistic and all they need is bedroom fun. No, it's humans are more complicated than this. Men are also more complicated than this.
Yeah, guys, just beat one out. Just off. Just watch porn. Batman will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me, men are still kicking the bucket.
That was a great graph. The true question is, how did I miss this shit? It was way too fast.
Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me, men are still...
Okay. Death by self-delete. Boo boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Well, a woman is lower. Much, much, much lower. Any thoughts on that, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see some objections that this is, you know, showing teens, which definitely would suck. There does seem to be more of a propensity at the teenage age, but yeah, fair enough. It is kind of damning when you see the difference, and it's like, yeah, well, we should be talking about this because certain people seem to be, you know, a vast majority more susceptible to this. About 300%, it looks like.
It's crazy. I see these graphs. I already said it in a past stream. I will repeat it again. I was almost a statistic when I was 12 years old. I did have thoughts of that. And I was sent to hospital and I did see many therapists afterward, but that I had a messed up childhood and teenager years. So seeing these statistics, I'm not surprised. I'm sad. And I can bet, even if my half brother didn't said it out loud, I can bet he had some thoughts like that.
For sure. I know I did too. I don't know. Teens are a tough time for everybody, but yeah, if stuff is also bad at home, like, oh my god, that just compounds. But with that flood of, like, you know, all those hormones, yeah, it definitely affects people in a bunch of different ways. It sounds like I had a very similar kind of past to you, but yeah, obviously it would be more helpful to get the message to, you know, people like us who are definitely more susceptible to it than somebody who is, you know, less than like a quarter of the way as susceptible when you look at the statistics. So I don't know. It seems like this is a men's issue. So why aren't we discussing this? I guess the other thing I could see people objecting to is this is only going to 19. Like, why is it cutting off at 19? I guess if you're saying men's issue, and technically this only has 2 years of being a man, I think that's kind of a ridiculous argument. Obviously 15-year-olds are on their way to becoming men. It is a men's issue if they're not able to make it all the way to manhood. So I don't know. I just thought of that objection as well. But yeah, I wish we did have more kind of compassion for men. I think it is a weird societal thing that we just aren't comfortable talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we needed to talk about it.
Still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely. It's not our job to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not...
So, to go back to what they said, so men created patriarchy. So, they did a mistake when they helped out feminist movement when they did? Because, trust me, there were men into feminist movement. So, are you telling us they did a mistake?
Yeah, those men were wrong, but we're going to allow that outcome. No, yeah, it is kind of a weird double-sided thing. Yeah, you're right.
It's like, yeah, it doesn't make sense for me. We were part of the issue and we did help solving the issue. So why can't this elevator be sent back to us? Because we are men and we deserve the pain.
Not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern?
How are they busy? I mean, now, like, you go in Europe and North America, like, it's the same rights. It's pretty equal and fair. Now, if you go in Africa and other places like that, good luck changing stuff until they decide themselves as countries to change it. But yeah, if you don't travel around to change stuff elsewhere than in your bubble, you have nothing else to do, the left, because the left is all about change.
Concern me. Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah, 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 until it's a man and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like,
do it yourself.
And when they're not telling men to straight up f off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro.
And be laughed at by people that are not sensitive when you do. Any thoughts on what she said since the last pause?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. It's like, if the bootstraps argument is a bad argument, why are you using it in this case? It's just weird. It does feel very hypocritical. I wish there were principled stances, but yeah, it seems to not be there.
She is priceless in what she says.
And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral? Okay, faggot. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true,
this is going back to what we mentioned earlier. Any thoughts on that, Gray? Think you can relate?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's kind of what we touched on earlier. Yeah, I think she's got a lot of points. Yeah, I'm just kind of excited to see where she goes with it.
Me too.
true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomena. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah, 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s. But social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal? Wah. Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing.
And by the way, these same people also struggle with housing and food. Just saying. Any thoughts on that, Dre?
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. You could be lonely and still struggling, and that really sucks.
And this is why some people are no longer with us.
Yeah, I know some of my loneliest times are when I was working like 2 jobs. I had like practically no friends, and it was basically just going from one office to another. And yeah, it really wasn't fun. I felt like I wasn't living, and I was struggling at everything. But I don't know. It would have been nice if there was some help or some positive reinforcement. I know it kind of sent me down a very dark path. But yeah, they're really not mutually exclusive, like you were saying.
People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant. Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
That goes back to what I mentioned as the left seems more hostile in your face than the right. Any thoughts on that? Gray, you're muted if you try to speak.
Sorry, it was a dog wrangling incident. I was in the other room. I heard you say that. Yeah, I agree. I don't feel like I have a ton to add to that, but yeah, I concur.
And she makes really valid points and good points, and I think it's really hard to pick it apart. I just agree with everything. What about you?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Maybe if I really tried, I could come up with something to pick it apart. But yeah, I think she has a really good point. Basically, I'm concurring.
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them.
Women as well. Like, how many women thinks that the wallet of their boyfriend is theirs, or the house he has because they live together is hers, So like, it's not because some men are like that no woman is like that. I think it's the same thing on both gender, But hey, leftists don't share that kind of idea.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it's totally not just gendered. We kind of mentioned I grew up. I was in a bunch of bands with a bunch of dirtbag musicians. A lot of them, their living was essentially taking money out of their girlfriends' wallets or whatever. Like, they were definitely being supported. It is a certain type of person that would want that in a partner and that would allow that. So I don't know. It's really not just a one-way thing. I think there's, definitely people out there that are users.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
Don't get me wrong, Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help any of this. But the right is, at least rhetorically, offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department.
The eternal HR department. I like that one so much. Any thought on what she said since the last pause?
Yeah, just I don't know. This guy is very infuriating. His rant that he came up with. I'm really liking her response to it. It does seem like she's very quippy. Yeah, I like that eternal HR department thing as well. I don't feel like I have much to add to it since she's just cooking.
Yeah, she's cooking, and she is a good cook.
Every time this Discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchy, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues. If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me. But lately I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed around how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics.
And then the same people will complain some men objectify women's, but they themselves objectify men's. Any thoughts on that, Gray?
Yeah, I feel like I'll just be repeating myself, but again, I wish there was like a principled stance. You're right. It's not necessarily like objectifying, but kind of like commodifying. I don't know. Basically seeing them as like a bank account or something, not actually like a partner, a equal. Yeah, that definitely sucks. I wish there was a principled stance that's like, you don't use others, but I don't know. Yeah, it's weird that they can see it in one direction, but not the other. I don't know.
How do we make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem soldiers in the culture war and real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit.
What is going on? Like, they want to go as far away as they can from men's issue. They want to make it about something else because they are not comfortable with this shit.
Well, could that be the way to loop them into it? To also include the trans men in the men's rights issues? I don't know. If they oppose it, then, they would be opposing trans rights in a way. Men's rights are trans rights. I don't know.
Right. You're smarter than these people. I like your take, bro. Tonight's stream was probably one of my favorite we ever did, to be honest. I liked it so much. And chat was so on fire right now. Anyhow, I think we can play now.
By the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just evolved overnight from male tears to cis male tears. And I just have to ask, why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how.
Maybe they don't because they're actually transphobic, but they don't realize. Maybe I read through the lines too much. I don't know. Any thoughts on that, Gray?
I don't know. I think it's telling that the only time, they would actually care about it. And again, it could be a troll, and it might be, just a really funny troll who's kind of getting people to agree because, of course, you wouldn't want to oppose any rights that a trans person has. So, of course, trans men are men, and we think that trans men should have rights. So, men's rights. Let's do it. It could be a fun way to get there. I'm hoping the person is kind of trolling, but I don't know. It might be like some whatever you want to call that. I've heard it referred to as like 4D chess, essentially. But
4D chess, yeah.
Yeah, they might be playing it on a different dimension. That,
5D.
Actually,
5D.
Yeah, it might be getting people into it, man. I don't know. It wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, what would be wrong with including trans men and men's rights? They're experiencing life as a man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid. But I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your
I think he makes really good points, and I will bring up something I heard about many times. We had a woman that did pretend to be a man for quite some time, and in the end, she basically off herself because that was too hard. Or we got other people testing out dating app as men's, and they would realize, damn, nobody matched me. Why? So you look at the profile, and of course, that's a woman making the profile, so she kind of knew exactly what would tickles, what would work for a woman because she's a woman, and that was the perfect profile and no match. So I think it was worth mentioning all of that stuff. Any thoughts?
Yeah, we're gonna go through a similar video, but yeah, someone kind of had the idea that just being a male comes with a whole lot of privileges when they actually tried it, like dressed up in drag. They quickly had a rude awakening. I don't know. I think it is kind of the grass is always greener on the other side, but it's a little harder to empathize or to actually put yourself in the shoes of somebody else. Sadly, some people need to actually experience it. I would hope we could all just kind of imagine it and realize, no, it's not all rosy over there. There's definitely trade-offs to everything. But I think, there is a point with the whole toxic masculinity thing. It's not cool to say, like, I need a hug. Like, literally, it's been, like, I don't know, days since I've even, like, shook somebody's hand. Like, I could really use a hug right now. If you say that to your bro, like, that's gonna be weird. I gotta be honest, like, I'd be a little weirded out if my buddy said that to me, and that sucks. Like, I've had female friends who are like, I just need a hug right now, and it's like, I totally get that. Like, I'm not judging them, but I would judge a male for asking the same thing, and I'd feel weird and like I couldn't ask another male for that same thing. That's sad. That is definitely a societal pressure. Sadly, I wish that person could have kind of seen that and would have realized that it's not all roses. The grass isn't 100% greener on the other side, but I'm sad that they're going through that. It definitely sucks. It's not fun to be lonely.
And I will add more to this. Like, I had a coworker long time ago, like maybe like 3 years ago now. Yeah, already 3 years. Damn. He was a really nice guy, and it was like, you know what? Let's go grab a coffee. Like, that guy is very conservative. He has a wife. He has kids, and that was really like two guys just drinking coffee and walking and talking about life and stuff. It was really a nice guy. Unfortunately, our path didn't really cross again, but we had that coffee and we were sitting on that bench on the park, and people were looking at us like we were a couple or something, but we were not touching. We were just drinking a coffee and talking. And that was like, did you notice it? His name was Cal, and Cal was like, oh yeah, I do notice it. And that's weird because we are not even touching or anything, but they all assume we are together. And I'm like, and you have like a wife and 2 kids. It's like the funniest shit ever. Like, he is the peak conservative, you know. And yeah, we had nice time together, you know, just talking about men stuff. But
That's awesome, man. That sucks that people judge like that. I don't know. Like, I've definitely been in situations like that. I don't know. Me and my brother look nothing alike, but yeah, I remember we were looking at, I can't remember where it was, but we were kind of sightseeing and we noticed that everyone was kind of like looking at us in a weird way. So yeah, we just started like holding hands and just making a bunch of people like really stare. I don't know. It is awkward that we kind of have that weird societal judgment thing. Like, I don't know. Other cultures, they're totally cool with like men hugging and stuff, and even men holding hands. Like, I don't know. It is weird the way that
men
we kind
kissing, bro.
Well, yeah, that might be a bit far for me. I'm cool with holding hands.
No, I'm telling you,
I
like,
get
there are
you,
some places
just be personal.
they kiss, bro. Like,
I gotcha.
I'm with
just
you,
have
I agree.
hang-ups.
But I like some places they kiss, bro. It's like, yeah, it's different elsewhere.
It's like the European thing where you're not really touching, you're just kind of like touching cheeks, essentially. Like, all right, I could do that, but if it's like real, like passionate kisses, hello. I don't know, man. I think I'd still stare. I don't think I'd fit in that culture.
Me neither. We are the same here.
Your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told they're part of the problem because, first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money.
Only fan. But you see, it's also coming from a woman. That kind of feeds to what I said many times.
And sadly, she probably benefits from that same thing. Like, think of how many guys simp for her.
Yeah.
But she at least is a very talented creator who has some very quippy and fun videos. Like, I get it. There's more of a reason than, say like an e-thought or whatever. But still, I don't know. She can point this out, but then it's like, I don't know. Anyone could kind of lay down the hypocrite card. Like, any streamer is essentially doing the same thing and benefiting off of that. I don't know. It's odd, but I get her point. I guess I'm just being a dick.
And I will say this, she has clothes. So that's proof that even if she got clothes, she can have value.
And talent. Well, not that some of those girls aren't talented, but she's got talent. And these videos, they're very entertaining, they're informative, and she does very good responses over them. I don't know. I like her a lot. I could understand people simping for her as opposed to like the thoughts 100%.
Hell yeah.
I'm just kidding. But the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for, men are lacking purpose. And a man will crawl through broken glass for a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose? No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute audacity to act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not care about them for years. And even now, you just want to recruit them, not help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis. So I guess I'll leave you guys with a question. Why do you think male loneliness has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem? And are you dealing with loneliness? And I will see you guys next time with a new video.
That was a blast. I think it's the second or third time I've seen that video. I liked it as much every single time. Any thoughts, Gray?
Yeah, I think that was the second time I saw it as well. Somebody brought that to the Thinkers a few months ago, and yeah, that was it's still as powerful, and everything still seems really relevant. I'm still kind of scratching my head as to what we do, like on a society-wide level, to combat the issue. I know personally, like, you know, you can kind of get a hold of what you're doing, kind of decide what you are passionate about, kind of look for like-minded people who are passionate in that same way, and then work on yourself. Truly get yourself the best you can be. Work up your confidence. A lot of those things, they will help you in so many different ways. But I think a lot of it is, you know, we've just been told we kind of don't matter. So what's the point? And you get kind of this cynical nihilism, if you will. I think the thing is to find your purpose. I don't want to evoke it here because it's not exactly the same thing, but Viktor Frankl in Man's Search for Meaning, he was a survivor who went through a bunch of different concentration camps. He later became a psychologist, but one of his biggest things was the equation D equals S minus M. Despair is suffering without meaning. What he saw, the people who went through that concentration camp, if they didn't have meaning, they were not the ones who made it out of there. If you had despair, you weren't going to make it out. But that little bit of meaning, that purpose, it really is, it keeps you living. I know this is a much smaller thing, but it is the same type of idea. Really look for that meaning, look for that purpose. Find what makes you happy, and then find like-minded individuals. You know, find where you can truly be yourself and be happy. I think that's the best thing. And then, you know, be vulnerable. Sadly, society is telling men not to be, but I think that's the only way that you can truly kind of let others know what you need. You've got to show a bit of vulnerability, and you know, that's not a weakness. It is instead, I don't know, an emotional need that we all have. It is one way to definitely get that done, but that's all on kind of a personal level, and it's going to be, you know, each individual actually putting in the work and doing it themselves, and then trying to find a place where they can actually meet people IRL. Not just for mates, but you know, friends as well. There is something to actually being able to sit across from somebody. It is different. You know, that video is kind of ridiculous where they were having, you know, Japanese men practice eye contact with women, but everything is a skill, man. And if you're just not doing it, like, I'm telling you, those first few interactions where I didn't have a mask on and like the person in front of me didn't have a mask on after the pandemic, I was awkward as shit. Like, I didn't practice social skills for like 2 years. Like, I don't know. It's a skill you got to work on. It apparently goes away. At least in my experience, it did. So I don't know. Find a way to get out there and talk to people IRL. I guess that's my advice, but I don't know what to do on a society-wide level. Do you have any clue on how to fix all the world's problems?
Hell yeah. New kid. No, I'm joking. Bro, it's so deep. I agree with everything you said. I think the best we can do is influence people in a good way, because we are social beings and we are influenced by others. And I think the answer must come from us if it needs to stick. It doesn't need to come from Tate. It needs to come from many people, many voices that have the same goal, not necessarily like making money out of misery like the Red Pillars or Tate, but like just wanting to improve life in general and have that end goal. You know what? Let's change things around. I think we need people that are there for the change and not the money. The change, like the change that will really change. I think this is what can really affect society. And I think influencers do play a role. It's just very sad that we get all of the worst example out there. It breaks my heart that Andrew Tate is an example, or any of these stupid TikTok about women hating men. I keep mentioning that, but on my older computer, I have a file filled of TikToks, so I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, um, that's my 2 cents. Um, to beat the male loneliness, we need to want to beat it. We need to create friendship circle projects. We need to think, you know what? It's a thing in society, but that thing needs to not affect me. You need to be positive and not let yourself being like taken over by this shit. And this is why, again, I have a lot in my mind, but I will just filter out what I need in the moment to feel better. I will be like, you know what? At the moment, I'm having a good time with Dre. I'm having a good time with DC, and let's just talk. And that's a great way to vent. Even if we don't really go deep into feelings and such, we still vent at some extent.
Hey, I feel like we've gotten pretty deep on these podcasts, man. I feel like you've gotten a window into my mind and possibly my soul. But
yeah, I agree with that. I agree 100%. You know, and I think you have a window on my own mind, especially after today, because I did share a lot about
for sure, man.
my half brother and both of my sisters. But yeah, life is hard, and I know we can do it. Like other people had it worst, and I know because I've seen worst. Like I've known someone that was doing bike, a car, or a truck. I can't remember what, but something hit him really hard, and the entire vehicle really crushed him. Like crushed him. Like he got to the hospital shortly after, and he got lucky to survive. And he still has like scars from it. Like he has like um half of his face like all like messed up because of that. And he has hard time walking and holding stuff. And when he's walking, he's like all of these people with like broken bones. If you can picture the kind of walk he has. And that guy had it so rough. But each time I would see this guy, he had a smile. And it was like everything happens for a reason. I'm like, damn, dude.
That
your
is
life
so positive. I don't think I would have that same outlook. That dude is awesome.
Your life has been a mess, and I speak about it. And like we did like a few rap shows together, and we had also project to do a song together, but unfortunately like it didn't really work out well because of his malformation. That was kind of very challenging, and we needed to redo takes over and over again. And like I was satisfied, but he wasn't. And because it was a collab, I need to listen to him, even if I like the product. If he doesn't, it won't be published. And unfortunately, it got lost in the void of the internet. But yeah, that was a great guy. And he's still around. We don't see each other as often, but that guy is a beacon. I see him. I'm like, man, if I were in your shoes, I think I would have missed. I think I would have like self delete or something. If I were crushed the way he was crushed with scars and stuff, like even like 10 years after, because he was a teenager when this shit happened. So like
You might be surprised, man. Like we all do have a will to keep going. We can get used to almost anything. I don't know. Wow, that is sorry, I just saw the comment. That is really awesome. Thank you kindly. That's
we will keep it up, man, as
yeah.
long as we can. That's my motto. As long as we can, I can do this all day. Anyhow, that guy is an example, and when I see that guy, I'm like, I can do better. I know other people can also do better.
Oh yeah,
Because
sounds inspirational, man.
yeah, he's the best among us. Anyhow, what do we have going on your end of the internet, Gray?
I should be releasing a video soon. It's taking way longer than it should, but I'm always on That Darn Kidda's channel every Thursday morning for The Thinkers. It's fun. It's a bunch of diverse individuals all coming together to think about certain topics. It's quite fun. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I have too much going on my channel. I should be doing some live streams hopefully next week, but just kind of waiting on a few things. What about you, Multi? You said that you were kind of close on that one thing.
Hell yeah. Naruto
nice?
is almost over. So I'm done reading. So basically what's going on, I make a power scaling video about Naruto, and I cover only the anime and the canon stuff, so what was in the manga as well. And to make sure it's accurate as possible, I decided to read and watch the manga again. So I read all of the books. I'm done reading the books. Now I'm rewatching the anime, only what matters the most. And I'm recording this video, and it's been like 6 months I'm working on that video. Like I think I started back in November or so, and it's almost over. I'm near the end of the Fourth Great War, to give you an idea. I will also cover both movies in that video of tier list making. And outside of that, this week, either Thursday, which is tomorrow, or Friday, I don't know which one of the two, I have a gaming stream of Naruto Storm Connection. Gosh, this game is terrible. I hate it so much, but I bought it. I will finish it, and I started to stream it, so I will finish to stream it. But that's a waste of money. It's so disappointing. I'm a huge
Hey man, it's
fan.
content. You're doing it for your channel. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but it hurts me as a fan. I played like all of the Storm games, and this one is just so bad. Like, to give you an idea, there are like 2 story modes, and I finished one of the 2. And that one, I was like, okay, that's the classic, like, fight after fight after fight, and you relive the experience of the story. So I was like, okay, the other game mode should be like the story where you walk around in the village, because there was always that game mode in the other games. So you walk around in the village, you have side quests, like a bit of open world, but not open world, and you have these fights on the side because it's still a battle arena. Apparently, the other game mode where you're meant to walk around is a side story, and it's cutscenes after cutscenes after cutscenes. Oh, you got a fight! Cutscene, cutscene. So basically, you got 2 times the same damn game mode. Amazing. No, it's not. It's so sad.
Hey man, you're making content out of it though. It's for a reason. It's got purpose. You got meaning.
Yeah, you're right. This is the light in the end of the tunnel. But outside of that, Saturday or Sunday, I don't know which day, because maybe I will end up seeing my mother and my brother this weekend. I don't know. It depends on if he has the right to leave the youth center for the weekend. If he has the right, he will visit me with my mother, so we'll get to see them. So depending if I see them Saturday or Sunday, I will stream the other day where I don't see them. And I will stream Advance Wars by web. Lots of replays to cover. And then the normal schedule, stream, video. Still recording Naruto CCJ battles here and there when I get the chance. I'm so occupied, man. I have one life to live. I live it at the fullest because that's what we should do. That's my
Sounds like it, man. That's awesome. Well, congrats. I'm glad you don't have the opposite thing where you just have nothing to do and nothing but time on your hands. That's awesome to have so much that you want to do, and it's just a matter of fitting it into the time you have.
I wish I had more than 24 hours a day, But again, time flies. I enjoy doing both streams. I'm looking forward to watch what's left to watch. I've seen 2 movies for next week. I haven't started the shows yet, but tomorrow is like the big push I will give. Friday as well. Usually like
I
He's
should
doing
have
pretty.
started. Instead, I watched one of the worst movies I've ever seen. So, yeah.
What was the worst one?
It's called Don't Suck. It's not a good movie. I wouldn't recommend seeing it. It's a vampire who does stand-up comedy. Not good.
My, that sounds terrible. We gotta like cover it eventually. Just
I
to
don't
poke
think you
fun at
should.
it.
I don't think anybody should cover this. We're doing the 10 worst. Guess what? This one goes with that 10 worst one now. I didn't watch it for that, but yeah, it doesn't sound like I've had as good of an experience watching as you have. So yeah, I'm looking forward to actually watching some of those. There's some really good ones on this next week.
Yeah, and I need to get back at Alex. He said he would come back to us to know which day will be the bonus next week. So we'll get back at him. I will keep you updated. And by the way, Gray, I said it yesterday. I will repeat it again. I'm glad now you answer. That's amazing.
I'm a
Keep
bad
doing
person.
it.
Thank you. Just so you know, I answer to you more than I do anybody else. Sorry, I leave them on red. I'm a dick. But yes, you're welcome. I enjoy doing this as well, man. This has been a fun conversation. I've really enjoyed this.
Hell yeah, now we are done. Have a great day, Olga, the chat, our 3 other viewers outside of Olga, everyone. Have a great night.